My window's looking a little funny right now, but I don't think that'll affect the stream. I did make the mistake, though, of starting the stream while this was loading. I have been taking a bunch of stuff on and off my hard drive. Main reason for that is, of course, new Star Wars game coming out, and EA Origin Access Premiere gives me access to that. Hey, okay, my screen's all better now. And we are good to go. I love this theme music. So I'm going to wait a little while. Wait a minute. Where's my... I think I misplaced my mobile. Otherwise, I would have been able to check out all my details. So, for those of you wondering where I've been, I took a couple of days off. I mentioned this for studying for sort of a job application that I was working on. Pretty mixed, to be honest. I'm a little upset with myself for not doing better. And then on Monday, it was Remembrance Day in Canada. It's a little disputed as to whether or not it counts as a holiday, but for my place of employment, it is a day off. And again, I've been trying to make sure that I take the breaks when I can. So this has definitely meant that I've had a few days away that maybe you weren't expecting. That's done now. I'm back, and it'll be regular Monday, Wednesday, Friday. One small interruption to the schedule will be that Twitch has now removed the premieres from the service. So I believe you can still do reruns, which I think will allow me to upload the Elder Scrolls videos and put them on the stream. They will be at a lower resolution, so they'll be going down to 720 lines of resolution now. I'd originally put them out at 1080, just like the stream here. But as always, if you want to watch the better version of them anyway, you can see those at YouTube. As far as Age of Wonders Planetfall is concerned, I think we're 5 days away from the first DLC coming out for this thing. Age of Wonders Revelations, I believe is the title. 5 days away from the first DLC coming out for this thing.
I hate hearing my voice here.
Revelations, I believe is the title. 5 days away from the first DLC coming out for this thing.
I hate hearing my voice here.
Revelations, I believe is the title. 5 days away from the first DLC coming out for this thing.
I hate hearing my voice here.
Johnny Big Time, thank you very much for that host. Finally found it. Okay, that was terrifying. For those of you who don't know, I think people on stream have actually seen me, have seen how many tabs I keep open. So that was a disaster to try and find that. Okay, I actually get to do a couple of things that I had planned out of the screen now that the music's not going through. We're tagged properly. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so Age of Wonders is getting a DLC in, I'm pretty sure it's 5 days. 4 or 5 days. Obviously, I have got a lot to learn in the base game. A couple of other housekeeping-ish, but just general statements on their own. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was talking about the time away. One thing that I definitely noticed that in was the sub numbers. I think it's at the lowest it's been since the drop-off from when they first implemented it. But that's fine. I don't know if that will necessarily come from going back to a more regular schedule, or this just happens to be sort of a shift in terms of the people. Yeah, I mean, this sort of stuff happens where people will follow a channel for a while and nobody likes to think about it. But one day, everyone stops watching channels that they, at the time, don't necessarily think that the levels ever stop watching. And I think I'm probably at a little bit of a point where we're just coming into a holiday period. And I suspect probably I'm in that transition where the people who really want to go to that extra level in terms of hitting the sub button aren't necessarily there yet. But obviously some of the people who want to retract from that commitment or just stop watching altogether have. But it obviously coincided with a bunch of time that I took off, and it's never a great feeling, but I still think it's the better call to keep yourself sane. Obviously this is a hobby, so I shouldn't worry too much about the financial side of things. With that in mind, though, there's one other thing I wanted to do, and that is to actually make sure I keep a link to where people can buy the game in the stream, because I want to try and actually do this thing I want to do this thing properly. So with that in mind, I have no idea if anything will be going on sale for Age of Wonders Planetfall with the DLC. Traditionally with Paradox games, they do seem to have gotten a little bit of a discount. Keep in mind that Age of Wonders is a new game, so if there is a discount, it's probably going to be a fairly small one. I would always remind you to think about what discount you want. Think about what's available to you at the moment, and actually think about the dollar value that you wind up getting from that. Because the thing is that if you're waiting for like a 25%, a 30% discount, and it's sitting at like 15% or something like that, the dollar value difference winds up being something like a cup of coffee. And I mean, this is going to sound, I probably should say this at the very start. Obviously, I've been given a press key for this game from Paradox, and I do have my humble affiliate link, so there are definitely some financial interests at play, at least as far as the humble link is concerned. As far as Paradox, they've definitely never told me, hey, you got to hawk this thing or you won't get any more keys or anything like that. It's been a really wonderful opportunity to sort of show their games. But with that in mind, I do take a minute to advocate for this sort of stuff because it's been really, I think the most interesting thing for me has always been when I talk about gaming to coworkers and they wind up buying something. Sorry about the silence there for a little bit. I'm just trying to play for time while I get all this stuff properly set up. But yeah, basically, they do not think twice about paying full price. I actually tell them, it's like, well, sometimes there's really big sales on these things going on. And they're like, no, I mean, it's, this is, for some of the games that they're interested in, it's really not that much more than going out to the movies. And it's, again, for me, it's such a fascinating view because I know as a gamer, we always tend to think quite a bit about how much we can game the system in terms of what's going on. Like what can we maximize the number of gigabytes of game for our expenditure? And the big thing is that there have been a lot of games, especially the last few months, which I wouldn't normally have looked at because I've got such a big backlog, and either because somebody gave me a key for them or because somebody really strongly recommended it. I've been playing some more stuff that I normally wouldn't have checked out right away, and I am definitely thinking that the enjoyment that I've derived from some of those titles by playing them right away is far more than just getting a cup of coffee. I will actually... I've even started budgeting. It's like, all right, I spent $5 more, so I'll skip the donut or something like that. And I don't know. I think a lot of this stuff really deserves to be played. So that is my I don't know. That's my salesmanship for you. Obviously, it's up to you to decide when you want to pick this stuff up, when you think the right price is, what you think the right price is. But I do encourage you, obviously, if with a DLC coming out, if the game is going to go on sale soon, it makes sense if you can put it off for a few days and get a better price. Again, I don't know if it will be going on sale. That's just kind of a guess on the basis of how it's worked previously. But do prepare yourself for it maybe being a little bit smaller than what you would normally think. And if you want the game, consider it. Whether you buy it through the Humble link, whether you buy it through Steam, whether you buy it through Paradox Plaza, doesn't really matter which one you use. But definitely, this is a game I've really enjoyed, and I think probably deserves to be shared. Okay, I'm going back to beginner. I don't know if advanced is supposed to be normal or not, but I know I struggled a little bit at the start on Serenus Alpha, and there's a couple things that I want to accomplish with this playthrough. So I figure 10 minutes is enough to get people kind of in and kicking around. So we will be doing the Kirko, Arcadia Celeste, or Celeste, still haunted by their past. The freed Kirko seek a new future for their race. So we're going to be learning a new faction in this game. We are going to be starting a new mission, and it turns out that these missions are just big and huge and wonderful, but it definitely means that I have my weakness of really talking quite a bit, not necessarily making progress. And it's a chance for me to sort of go back to that, all right, we're going to get the basics and then we're going to move on. I really want to turn this up to advanced. You know what? Now, you know what? We'll do beginner. We'll see how beginner goes, and then maybe I'll hit it for the next one. This will be my chance to learn things. Even though it's, I know there's a bit of a culture of, you have to play on the hardest difficulty, or you're not a real gamer. But let's start. The one challenge I always run into with the game is I don't read enough about the stats. So we're going to take a look at what we've got with our commander. Pause Tiknor. Through rapid evolution, the Kirkos seek to restore what was broken and will find retribution for the terrible fate that has befallen them. They have the bioweapons group, psi weapons group, rapid population growth, and large armies, like the idea of population growth. Swarm shields protect units in combat. Biological units with good melee capability, racial abilities, swarm shields, and faster regeneration. I think the swarm shields are supposed to be that if you have units beside each other, you get protection. So that's going to be very different from what I did with the Vanguard. And Synumbra, which I don't believe we have used yet. So the Synumbra employ dark psionic powers to tear holes in reality and summon devious entities from the abyss, summon ethereal beings, break enemies' minds, shatter reality to terrorize the populace, and uses the psionic damage channel. Finally, we've got Synumbra Assault equipment, the pack you received after Synumbra Assault training. This expert training gives you the following skills. Range Specialist increases damage dealt when using ranged weapons. Steady Aim increases your accuracy when behind cover. And the pack includes a Soul Splitter, a gun that targets the mind of its foes, dealing psionic damage, and the Psi Stone of Dissonance that deals psionic damage in an area. We have Veteran. You enlisted as soon as possible and quickly gained rank and honor. This is clearly not your first deployment. You gain the following Veteran. You start at level 3, giving you 10 skill points to spend after landing. Combat experience. All units gain 15% faster. Data repository. A leading scientist from your race gave you a repository of Empire information. You're not sure what it contains, but it will help jumpstart your research. Start with 2 random techs and no vice. So let's start the mission.
For centuries, the Kirko had to suffer at the hands of our human oppressors. They feared our psionic abilities, feared us because we were different. So they enslaved us, mutilated our ancestors, whose tormented memories still echo in the minds of the living. But the Kirko are resilient. We evolved without the severed hive until we finally broke free from our shackles. As Swarm Herald of the Kirko Terran, I have been chosen to lead my colony to a new place to settle, a new place to call home. This is a heavy burden, as we are confronted with our past in every corner of the former Star Union. With the unity of the hive mind gone, different voices have risen amongst our people. Some are seeking vengeance, while others like myself feel that we need to build our own future, away from mankind and human conflicts. Our search has been fruitless for some time now, and the dreams of my ancestors have been growing darker inside of me as a result. I'm in need of guidance to understand their meaning and to not succumb to the black emptiness they project around me. To this end, I have followed the tracks of the fabled dream reader Hatil Oruk to a planet the humans call Arcadia Celeste.
Okay, Celeste.
Arcadia Celeste lies ahead of us. I can feel it reaching out, a soothing presence bringing calm to the turmoil of the swarm. No wonder Hatil Oruk was drawn here. This may be the place of tranquility we've all been longing for.
Okay, small Pangea world, half water, half land, and right now the objective is to find the Dream Reader. So the first thing that I get from this commander write-up is that this will probably be weak against robotic enemies. We don't have any arc, and I'm going to assume psionic damage probably doesn't do the same to mechanical units, but we'll see. Okay. Shintaru, there is no greater comfort than sinking your carcass into the bog on a misty morning. This planet has much to offer. I could sense a strong void presence calling my mind, allowing me to reach beyond the veil and connect with the harmony beyond. Yet I still fail to understand its bizarre beauty when black ties start swallowing the echoes of the ancestral dreams. Hatch Brother Karash made an early landing to search for the Dream Reader. I feel his mind drawing closer. He must be returning soon. Until he does, I need to control the urges inside and listen to the will of the swarm. My people are restless. The new hatch has emerged angrily from their eggs, and the cocoons of the previous generation larvae have been feasted on during the rite of conversion. Now they lust for more, and the colony must provide. Feed the swarm. The Kirko swarm has grown restless during your travels. You must gather supplies and still the hunger of the next Kirko generations. Hint, annex a sector with the special Meadows feature as a province of your starting colony to significantly boost its food income. Objectives: 1 colony, income plus 50 food. We get a Kirko Engulfer and a Transcendent for completing it. So, a few things to think about for the game. So one thing that I probably didn't appreciate enough when I first played the game was the idea that this is, again, any description that I'm going to give of Age of Wonders is going to be it's kind of going to give it short shrift because it's its own game and sort of deserves to be talked that way. But one way that I kind of think is helpful to think of it for me is this game is kind of like XCOM, but with an inversion in terms of the 2 layers. So XCOM is, in one sense, kind of 2 games. You've got your strategic layer of the game where you're building up your base and all of that, and then there's the tactical layer of the game where you're shooting the aliens. And clearly the tactical layer of the game is in the driver's seat. The majority of what you think about when you think of XCOM is the turn-based, kind of the turn-based strategy game where you shoot the aliens. And I would argue to a certain extent that Age of Wonders Planetfall is the inverse of that, which is to say that you've got this strategic layer here where I sort of feel the majority of the experience is sort of on here and building up your armies. And then, of course, you have the tactical combat when you encounter people, but it sort of feels like the turn-based combat is fine. It's perfect, like it's fun. But I sort of feel like this is kind of this is really the main engine that's driving the experience. And I would actually argue to a certain extent, while all 4X games sort of live in the shadow of Civilization, I would actually say that Civilization is probably less of an appropriate comparison than you might think. And one of the main reasons for that, and I think one of the challenges that I encountered in the previous runs, they were perfectly enjoyable runs, but they're just cases where I sort of think that I wound up taking more time doing things than I needed to. And I think part of the reason for that is I tend to be somebody who really likes building a lot of infrastructure and then just sort of overwhelming people when I've got my all my ducks in a row. And in this case here, I would argue that probably it's more important to focus on building up your armies and just sort of sweeping over the world. At least that's kind of my view of it here. Now, they did say I wanted to take a look for meadows, so not quite what I had in mind, but huh. Okay, so the advisor's recommending the Bone Canyon, which would give me plus 10 food if I can clear out the overgrown biodome. But I'd get plus 10 from the meadow, then 10 from the biodome. So I'm kind of inclined towards getting the Maruja blooms. What else are we looking at here? Yeah, more of the same. Now, guys, if you don't mind, I know I just started, and we actually just started getting into the game. I forgot to go to the bathroom before I started, and I do kind of need to go pee. So I will leave you with this wonderful music. I'll only be gone for like, less than a minute. But I think I'm going to get that out of the way before we get too far into the stream. So Let me just add a text. I hate it when the music goes away. I'll see you guys in just a second. Sorry to do this. All right, sorry about that. There's no subtle way of doing that on Age of Wonders Planetfall because it goes silent as soon as you move out of the screen. So anyways, the reason why I wanted to talk about the sort of inverted XCOM approach is this is going to be how I approach this next playthrough. I'm going to try and read things a little bit more. I'm going to try and get a handle on the new faction. And I'm going to kind of take this idea that even if I want to pursue some kind of a diplomatic victory, I definitely want to make sure that I'm not generating these massive surpluses like I was before, and instead that I'm focusing on making sure that I have an army to sort of, I don't know, back up my words with nuclear weapons or something. Okay, so let's deal with the notifications. Domain of purification.
Keep your mind and listen. Truth speaks with the quietest voice. Artil O'Oog Kieko Dream Reader.
All right, so we've got a unit mod, Mantra of Clarity. Psionic attacks from this unit leave a debuff on their target, making that unit 20% easier to hit. Psionic buffs from this unit now make friendly units 20% harder to hit. Additionally, this mod grants the unit a 10% increased damage on all abilities. This mod can be applied to units that have the psionic ability. So this is pretty good. The drawback is that it has a Cosmite cost of 5, and so that's essentially 1 turn's worth of Cosmite income to equip that. And then, of course, if I want to be building colonies, then I have to basically put that on hold while I wait for my Cosmite to get back. Flames. Psionic attacks are empowered with flame, dealing thermal damage, and have a 4 strength chance to apply burning. Psionic buffs include increased thermal resistance by 6. Only 1 focus mod can be active at a time. Okay, so that's not a focus mod. Additionally, this mod grants the unit 10% increased damage on all abilities. This mod can be applied to units that have a psionic. Only be applied to units that have a psionic ability. And Cleansing Pulse, Tier 2 Tactical Operation Instant, dispels all negative status effects on an enemy, on every unit within a 1 hex radius. Priming cost, 25 energy, and 1 tactical operation point. Okay, next up, Frontier Facilities. These are the
Our
two...
colonies require the means to protect themselves and a reason to stay. At the very least, it's time to invest in some good old-fashioned guns and beer. Dollar Smith, Deneb Colony Mayor.
So these are the 2 random texts that I got for my commander. Recreational Dome makes people happier. Upgrades Colony Militia. I've never really felt the need for this because it's been pretty passive so far, but I'm sure I probably should be focusing on that. And then we can start colonizing right away, although whether or not I want to do that is another question. Okay. So psionic attacks bypass all shields. Or armor, rather. Shields are a different matter. 8 strength chance to apply Broken Mind, which gives... what? Presumably that would say so in the data bank, but I will avoid that for now. And then it's 7 damage. Psi Stones of Dissonance, short-range cone attack that deals psionic damage to all units. High impact stagger, units reducing action points and canceling defensive modes. Psionics bypass all armor, only affects ground units, can only be used once per battle. And then of course we don't have any mods yet, although I could presumably equip them right away. So we've got, this is clearly going to be an ranged oriented character. Soul Spear says launch, so unless that's the attack of the Soul Splitter. Yeah, that is the attack of the Soul Splitter. Combat experience. Okay, fine. Mind control immunity. Resurgence, that's always on heroes. Steady aim, already we said. Swarm shield. Units gain 2 shields when there is an adjacent friendly unit with swarm shield. Okay, so this is a good one to know. In this situation, I want to make sure that I keep my Kirko units beside each other. Biological, commander, hero, infantry, Kirko, land movement, light unit. Okay, these are less critical. Now, looks like we are light units and infantry across the group except for the scout. So this gives me an argument for, what was it? Yeah, infantry commander, which will give light ground units in the hero's army an additional 10%. I do like picking up modifiers like this because, of course, it's multiplied by the number of appropriate units in your group. So I'll pencil that one in right now. Now, there's the temptation, of course, to go for something like Deadeye or Range Specialist. So that's additional damage for my guy and additional expected damage in the sense that the accuracy and critical hit chance goes up. But we might have some more other creative things, seeing as we've got, I mean, it's the Kirko, right? We haven't really seen these abilities before. So, Frenzied Assault, this unit's melee attack, give it Frenzy, adding 10% melee damage per successful melee attack, stacking with itself and lasting for 2 turns. So we're not really going to be using them for melee, so we'll skip that. Fury of the Swarm, adjacent units with Swarm Shield gain 20% damage to all abilities. Again, this is rather helpful, but I have a feeling that a lot of these guys are going to be more melee oriented, so it's kind of hard for me to say, that Fury of the Swarm is something that I want my guy who's going to be sitting back picking off targets of opportunity. Selfless Sacrifice. This unit links itself to a target friendly unit. Any damage dealt to the linked unit is reduced by 35% and is dealt to this unit instead. This effect lasts until the end of combat. Absorb Pain cannot target mechanical units, colony defenses, or any other units with Absorb Pain. Can be used only once per battle. This is actually kind of tempting because I know I always feel the pain whenever I lose a unit. And then Sinister Chorus. A Sinister Chorus permeates the air around the unit. All non-mindless enemy units adjacent to this unit receive Sinister Melody, reducing their damage resistance by 2 and their accuracy by 20. This would actually be something I would consider putting on this guy, save for the fact that my plan for him is to keep him at range. So for now, I think I'm going to hold off. I might be tempted to do Selfless Sacrifice, but at this point, I think I'm going to go for the Range Specialist and Deadeye. So one for the added crit, and then one for the, specialist would be additional crit. Sorry, Deadeye would be the crit, and Range Specialist would be the damage. And I'm prioritizing the damage because, of course, it's in the can already. Okay, let's take a look at my other units here. So my worker, my worker bugs are defective. Hidden Kirkos skulking around the plantation. Their wings like cloaks. Bug bots aren't intelligent, are they? Max says he saw one in a clearing, then it vanished in a cornfield. Max says they carry weapons. How can that be? All our rifles are accounted for. Max thinks they grow their own. Preposterous. What could they want? We fed the bug bots as prescribed. Yesterday, Max disappeared in the thick fog. Now the bug bots won't work. I'm filing a grievance. I demand compensation. Colony Director Borwin Pomperflounce, Star Alliance Frontier Anomalies, RV004D, Terratech Biomedical Corporate Liabilities. So, Psi Rifle, 18. So this looks like it's kind of a sniper unit. Shrouded Step, channeling their psionic powers, this unit teleports themselves, spreading a cloud of obscuring smoke in a 1 hex radius around the target's hex location. Units inside the area are 40% harder to hit. Psi Rifle Snapshot, fire a quick snapshot, dealing reduced psionic damage. Defense mode evasion. This unit ends its turn and goes into a defensive mode. It becomes 50% harder to hit and cannot be flanked. If this unit is staggered, the defensive mode is cancelled. Agile Overwatch. When this unit enters Overwatch, it always is considered to have full action points regardless of how many it actually has. Combat experience, an additional 15%. I think that's probably from the commander. Yeah. And I'll leave the rest of this. So, although I'm interested about Skirmisher. Okay, just says efficient. Just says offensive unit. Okay, Frenzied. We are frenzied, branded as worker tools. Our claws thirst for reaping. We work for our mindless mother. We are not them. We work until our vanished queen returns. She calls from the empty. They think she died. The earth's fertile wealth will feed our broken. We are strongest in the true swarm. We follow our forgotten purpose. We fight those who exiled our queen. Too long we work for them. Now we fight. They desire sweet nectar. We'll give them bile. We are the frenzied. Message repeats. Kirko Interrogator. Translation unit. Translation errors. RV1457D. The Carapace broken. So Rending Claws. I think we're familiar with this one. High impact stagger units, reducing action points and cancelling all defense modes, bypasses shields, and only affects ground units. Battle Vomit. This is ranged one. Short-ranged biochemical area of effect attack. Armor Melt. Destroys 1 armor per hit. Ignores line of sight penalties, but it does have a cooldown of 2. Apparently you can't just throw up on everyone every turn. Defense mode. This unit ends its turn and goes into a defensive mode. It becomes 25% harder to hit and cannot be flanked. If this unit is staggered, the defensive mode is cancelled. Frenzy. Each successful attack of a unit with friends. Right, okay, so we want to basically just run these guys in and get them to whack people, which is what this Swarm Shield's for. Finally, the Unleashed. The expedition proceeded without a hitch until a flying Kirko bug spied the convoy. We sniped the first, easily blasting it out of the sky. Despite my objections, the captain thought that we could continue unnoticed. That's when they swarmed. Although there were dozens of targets, together their strange, oppressive insectoid minds screamed in our heads, making them harder to hit. Men panicked, fleeing in all directions. The only reason I survived was that I hit my head on an ammo box hatch and was trapped therein. Mareg Nib, Observer Officiate, RV772X, Nectar Run, The Price of Power. And looks like they actually have a very similar skill set to the Frenzied. I'm going to assume they have less health, 5 units less. They move slower, though, which is a little surprising. So similar idea with the Ravage. Now, it's interesting, 33% additional damage against flying units. So these guys are, I'm assuming they're sort of compensating for the fact that these guys are, they're a little land-based. Gunk shot, medium range biochemical attack, air-to-air 33%. So yeah, this is definitely somebody who I want to be sending after airplanes, but not necessarily throwing into the middle of the fight. They've got farsighted, so additional vision range, and again, we'll leave the rest of that. Okay. And then this is another one. So in this case, I'm just going to use this guy to run around and examine any interesting opportunities. This is the one with the meadow. So I think probably what I'll do is we'll move in to try and claim this this area right away. Give my boss man a little experience. And before we do any of that, let's take a look at what my opportunities are. So normally I'd want to drop the colonizer right away. I've got the resources for it, but I don't really know where I want to send them yet. So in this case, we will put some effort behind infrastructure. I think in this case we're going to go for the biofarm. And for the rest of it, yeah, this is actually a tough call. So do I try and go for my... No, actually, in this case, I am going to go for the recreational dome because my population is going to grow really quickly. But I do want to start putting some effort into the units more or less right away. Okay, Planetfall objective report. So first thing we need to do is get our food income up. Emissary, 2 quests for an NPC faction and achieve peace. Invader, declare war on an NPC faction, kill 2 armies. Builder, add a sector to your capital, exploit a colony sector, and found a second colony. Okay. So I'm going to try and be a little bit better at fulfilling these objectives. Victory conditions, searching for answers. The Kirko Tirim chose you as their swarm herald to lead them to a new future. You have come to Arcadia Celeste to seek guidance and find the right path to lead them on. Alright, can we open fire? Nope, we can't. So, I suppose the next question is, where do I want to go? Should probably talk to these folks at some point. Oh, you know what? No, I should be picking up the items. Alright, that was a little foolish on my part, but that's our first turn. Let's see where the rest goes. I've returned, paused to ignore my old hatchmate, Shintaru. How I've missed your the soothing presence of the swarm. It was unmindful of me to scout alone. I will never understand why some of our people are embracing this newfound solitude of the Lost Hive. Still, I fared well on my mission. This planet is a marvel. It speaks to me, sharpens my psionic instincts. Whispers of the harmony beyond, of the harmony beyond have guided me to the Dream Reader. In my mind, I saw him meditate within a ruined city where the void tears had fallen from the sky. So I'm going to get a little bit of water because my reading has been really choppy. Karash extends his mind to you, and he shares his dream. As he shares his dream, you see images of his recent experiences passing by. You notice mountains and rivers, but also the bespoken ruins, where a blurry figure is engulfed in dulcet light. Suddenly, a wave of fury and hatred befalls you, washing away the rest of the vision, as the image of a solitary human settlement appears. Kizikilplek. Is there any place in this galaxy left without the sack bleeders? They infest every planet, devour every species crossing their path. Their greed knows no satiation, and consumption is their only purpose. I'm going to think that Triumph has a little bit of an issue with humanity. I seem to remember that humans were not the good guys in Age of Wonders 3 either. And yet we showed them our mandibles and claws on Catalyst Prime and on so many other Liberator worlds. The Kirko Tirim were one of the first colonies to rise up and fight. Since then, we evolved and grew stronger, while the sack bleeders withered like the ruins of their empire. When called to war by their herald, the swarm will not hesitate to respond and prevail. You know my position on this, Karash. Last night I revisited the third dream of Kazutosh. I was there on Zakirko, and though my senses were unfocused, I felt that I was home. Then I looked at the night sky and the fateful constellations guarding the secret of our origin, but once again they remained intangible and blurry. Together with the Dream Reader, I need to return this fragment of the vision. With Hatel Uruk's guidance, I can achieve something greater than finding new hatching grounds for our swarm. We do not belong with the humans, not in peace and not in war. Karash has discovered some ruined structures where there are signs of inhabitation. They may lead us to the ancient Dream Reader. Hint, this is an exploration quest. Use your scout units or other fast-moving units to complete it. Yep. So I suspect the intention here was to have me move to collect the resources right away rather than just run off in wild abandon. But that's what I get for not paying attention. Alright, looks like we got a hero. So this is Karash Daik. He's got a psi rifle and a Thrax pistol. Dark Locusts attempt to curse target with insects made of psionic energy and causing intense pain. If the target dies while affected, the insects burst, dealing damage and spreading, filled with despair to enemy units within 2 hexes. Okay, so this is good against clustered units. Alright, not much else as far as abilities are concerned then. So he's a little bit of a canvas that I can work on. He's got 32 movement, so I don't believe there's any penalty for having these guys mixed together. And the moment we've all been waiting for, combat. Okay, so we are up against an Amazon Lancer. I chose Landon. You know what? I'll skip the text. I'll read the text for things that we own. But I do need to look. Okay, so Laser Lance Strike, Laser Lance. So this is a melee-based unit. This is probably a prime candidate for me to pick off with my commander, to be honest. And then they've got Frenzy. Okay, so it's melee all around. These guys are almost certainly going to stick together. In fact, one of the things I might want to consider is try picking off this guy so that they can't get the benefit of the shield. But one way or the other, we're going to do manual combat so I can learn how these guys work. I'm going to resist using the tactical abilities just because I may need the money for future investments. Okay, so I don't believe they count as swarm shield. Yeah, they've got a space between them. But if I can, I do want to shoot these guys. Right. Not a ton of opportunity, but I will be able to do something with this Amazon, so. Cool. Even though we grazed them, we did manage to get the debuff. Now it says hidden, but I'm going to assume that's the name of the unit as opposed to a status that they have. So in this case, they're an Overwatch unit, so I am putting them in a little bit of danger here, but I think it's worth it because they are going to be going up against purely melee units. So the rest of the game at this point is going to be getting these guys into a position where they can do some damage. I think what we'll do is we'll build a bit of a wall. I hope I can get somebody in there. I may not. Nope, I can. So they may get the first strike, but obviously we get the swarm shield. And again, the important thing here is that I've got somebody with Overwatch, which is covering these guys. So if they do want to try any funny business, I've got some. I don't know what the right way to put it is. I kind of have I have some backup and cover. So we'll see whether or not this is a worthwhile approach. Just want to make sure these guys are all facing the right way. So these guys might get flanked by the Amazon, but actually, let's just see what that debuff does to them. Broken Mind gives -1. I don't know what that symbol is right now, and minus 100 morale per stack, so they might even fumble. So let's see how they respond to that. Okay, so they're getting the Swarm Shield. Ah, I did not know that the Battle Vomit was area of effect. Alright, so that's a little more damage than I was thinking about. Oh! And I probably should have paid attention. I probably should have paid attention to see whether or not that... whether or not that was ranged. Okay, well, we'll still stick on the Broken Mind. And this guy gets to deliver the Psi Rifle. Well, this is a little bit of a tricky decision to make, because in one sense I wind up exposing this unit. Nope, actually I have a couple of ideas about this. Okay, so it's not enough to... wasn't enough to seal the deal, but maybe we can... yeah.
Enemy down.
So the idea here, we know they're not going to be able to spit up on us, so this guy's going to stay in the back while these guys rush in to deliver the hits. Hey, Sungif, how you doing? Sorry I missed your message just before. I am a huge fan of Age of Wonders Planetfall, and of course, the new DLC is coming out in a few days, so excitement all around. Okay, I don't think I have any negative status effects right now. So the specific plan behind this, right? We've got... this guy is the most exposed, but we've got people sort of running interference, and of course we still have all of our swarm shields. So clearly it would have been better if I didn't take such a massive amount of damage due to the bile, but we've kind of recovered.
Enemy destroyed.
All right, they've lost their shield. We're in pretty good shape. So I'll send the strongest unit. Actually, before I do that, I wonder if my hidden can do anything fancy. Not really. Okay. So part of this is just about weakening the target ahead of time. So, yeah, this should finish him off. Nope, not quite. Oh, never
Enemy
mind.
destroyed.
So yeah, I mean more damage.
Our forces are victorious.
More damage than I wanted to take, but the plan more or less held. So. Oh, I get to watch. I didn't even realize you could watch replays. And we got 97 food for the effort, which is good. Oh, and can we annex this right away? You can. You should send an army to an adjacent sector to annex it for the colony. This sector can then be developed to give your colony an economic boost. Don't mind if I do. Obviously, this is where we wanted to go. So that invites the question, where do I want to go next? So let's say the food's taken care of for the main colony. I guess Zevotac farms for the special building, but that would mean that I've got all of my units focusing on this one area over here. Maybe I want to try exploring a little bit more. Okay, set military research. This one's going to be a tricky one because, again, we've got a couple of... actually, I believe it's all new paths. So, Sinumbra is the tech. If you're brand new to Age of Wonders Planetfall, but you've played Age of Wonders, the best way to think about... Actually, you know, even if you haven't played Age of Wonders, the best way to think about it is that this game has a fairly heavy influence in terms of heroes. Heroes kind of set the stage for everything. They give you a lot of really powerful abilities. I think one of the criticisms of Age of Wonders 3 actually was that heroes were maybe a little too powerful. I didn't have any strong views on that because I didn't play quite enough to... I don't really feel like I know Age of Wonders 3 that well to be giving the developers advice. But I know that was a thing that was pretty commonly said about the game, so I'm just trying to get a blanket so I can wrap myself up. It's definitely getting cold where I live. And then so your heroes would have races, and then they would have classes. And so in this case, technology is the equivalent of a class. I suppose any technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. And then I believe because we're playing the Kirko, we've got biochemical and psionics as sort of the two intermediate paths. And then, of course, our race is determining this upper one. So the game is recommending unshackling. This will give me heightened vision. Unit gains 20% increased accuracy. The unit also gains +1 strategic vision range and detection, allowing it to see concealed units on the strategic map. Additionally, this mod grants the unit an additional 5 health. I suspect probably that's there because people didn't find that modification quite worth it otherwise. And then Sundering Claws. The unit's melee attacks remove 1 armor from their target with each strike. Additionally, this mod grants the unit 10% increased damage on all abilities. This is definitely a tempting one, but we don't know if we're up against stuff that has a decent armor level yet, so... What are our alternatives? Biochemical applications, so acidic composite attacks from biochemical weapons are infused with acid, giving melt armor, removing 1 armor with each hit. Additionally, this mod generates 10% increased damage on all abilities. I think there's only 1 unit I have that doesn't already remove armor with their attacks, so I'm not entirely sure the Cosmite is worth it in that case. However, there is a tactical operation, so a macerating biochemical agent is released in a 1-hex radius, reducing affected units' biochemical resistance by 3 for 3 turns. These units also have an 8 strength chance of becoming slow for that duration. Now, that's a tempting one to pick up, but it's not... I'm not entirely sure this is enough for me to go all in on the bio attacks yet. I do like the idea of getting some additional operations. I'm just not entirely sure, especially because I've got some strong sort of strong swipe attacks. I'm not entirely sure I want to go down the biochemical route yet. Foreboding Darkness, unit gains 4, again, not 100% sure what that sign is. Resistance, each time they deal a killing blow, they gain Dark Reward until the end of combat, increasing their damage by 20% per stack, up to a maximum of 3 stacks. Additionally, this mod grants 10% increased damage on all abilities, so that's tempting. And then target enemy takes 20 psionic damage and suffers massive impact. In addition, there is a strength 8 chance to apply Broken Mind, reducing morale and psionic resistance by 3. So essentially, this is like a heavy... I'm spending tactics to deal a heavy blow to a target. It's focused on psionics, which I'm not 100% happy with. Seeing as I'm already so invested on it. Healing Surge. Target non-mechanical unit is healed for 15. This heal can jump to nearby friendly units within it. Okay, I pretty much have to get this one. Then there's Accelerated Healing. The unit gains regeneration, healing 15% of its maximum health each turn in combat, and recovers all of its health at the start of the owner's turn on the strategic map. Yeah, this is great. So I think we will do Unshackling so that we can get regeneration. This will also start unlocking some additional units for us right away. So we'll go in to unlock some different units, and then we'll maybe start thinking about what paths I want to be going down otherwise. Okay, social research. We've already got frontier policies. There is a temptation for food development, seeing as that's what we've been focusing on so far. Alternatively, we get nurturing, which is a doctrine. Sharing the past, 25% experience early on sounds like a good deal. Preserving the future, new generations are a future, so larger new generation is the better. All in current colonies, yeah, these doctrines are pretty good. And then brood cluster, colony upgrade. Gathering all broods together allows for a more efficient reproduction turnover. Colony gain 50% of their food income after upkeep as production discount when producing units. I think we're going to go for... I wanted to go for food development, but I think in this case nurturing gives me a lot of the benefits I was looking for before, so... Okay, and we're ready for the next turn. With each new hatch, the colony continues to proliferate. Still, there are some of my brethren that know a deeper hunger. An ancient caste that is insatiable can instill even our own kind with fear when they devour our enemies to strengthen the swarm. They resonate with our growth, and we nurture their appetite.
Objective completed.
Alright, so we've got an Engulfer and a Transcendent. We'll learn about how these work. The Voice of Hunger. There are more ancient Kirko waiting to get fed. Push your colony further so that they can still the hunger of the ravenous. Hint, build food exploitations in your colony sectors or research nurturing to cast the Preserving the Future doctrine in order to further increase the food income of your colonies. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page there. So colony income plus 90 food, we gain Ravenous and 10 Cosmite. So we're already on our way to achieving what we were looking for. So agriculture exploitation is pretty much, that's going to be the obvious step. We can spend 160 energy to speed up the recreational dome. I usually did have a very large amount of energy in reserve. So in this case, I think we are going to speed up the production. Now, as for the rest of this, so I think this is going to wind up being another sort of Isle of Misfit Units approach. So the Kirko Transcendent. It spoke through my daughter's mouth, that hovering insect known as a transcendent. It spoke of slavery and revenge, about taking back what was theirs. Our strongest fought back. They died breaking a hole through their forces for us to escape. I saw how gashes infected on bugs ripped spontaneously across the Transcendent, as if it shared their pain. Wounds closed within seconds of being inflicted. The floating bug unleashed a barrage of pain into our minds. Grown men cried incoherently. Those who could fled in all directions. Joshu Dynarstum, RV-1499H, Septinium Colony Massacre. So, Psi Strike, Absorb Pain, I think, 35% reduction. Psionic Mending, channel psionic energies to mend target friendly unit, healing them for 25. Doesn't work on mechanical units, defense mode. Biological Recovery, this unit heals each biological unit in its stack for 6 per strategic turn. This is definitely a good unit to have. I would almost want to put them in my main stack, except that I'm actually pretty happy with where the main stack is right now. I don't want to neglect... neglect the aerial component. So in this case, we'll just put them in the new stack. And the Engulfer. Now I might switch things out with my other flying unit. So untethered to the ground, the armored dragonfly-like bugs spotted us easily. The Engulfers are well equipped for air-to-air battle. Our vain cries for air support ended in columns of black smoke all around us. Our ground fire did little against its heavily armored shell. It retaliated by lobbing bombs of corrosive neurotoxins upon our battlements. Men fell all around me. Had I not mistakenly backed into a well and fallen out of its reach, I suppose I would not have lived to record this encounter. Still, it haunts me. Maragnib, Observer Officiate, RV-771X, Nectar Run, The Price of Power. It's got Gunk Thrower, air-to-air bonus, Caustic Smoke, Armor Melt destroys 1 per hit, ignores line of sight penalty, only affects ground units, cooldown 2. Stagger resistance. I mean, at this point, I think I'm willing to switch that out. I think I'll take the Unleashed and put him in this stack. And this big fella can come join the main group. It's not a perfect anti-air unit, but it does the trick. Right, and because I added the Unleashed, we're going to be waiting a little bit. All right, fair enough. I really did want to get those items and then move on to the to investigate the ruins, but I suppose I'll live with what we've got here. Psyfish, green smell, a connection, home, a sour shape, unlike others, yet similar. I feel the ripples of the void resonating within you, yet I don't recognize their strange new patterns. What are you? The void? Home is lost. We are the Kirchu from beyond the veil. Void creatures? This world must seem very strange to you then. We feel with you. The Kirko also lost their home world a long time ago. Kirko soothing, unlike the others we found. They observe, bland grey smell, though they look tasty. Perhaps you want to visit them, quite close. Visit the tasty ones. These Psyfish spoke of the tasty ones that spent a long time silently watching them. You should better investigate. Okay, so I'm probably going to want to get some scout units built before too long, although I might just peel off one of these Unleashed. But let's start by picking up the goodies. You salvage 28 food from the Imperial supply stash. The logs reveal the coordinates of a location, Imperial Biodome compound, which seems to be the source of the stash's contents. Old Star Union sector base with still operational. It acts as a pre-built food exploitation, provides 20. Okay, I'm going to assume that it's the Zavotak. Oh, nope. Looks like... Okay, cool. So we've actually got a few food locations in range then. Alright, so we're all healed up with these guys. So the original plan was going to be to try and, find some new adventures. I'm kind of tempted to just go in and take out as many of these figures in the area, just so I can get the experience bonuses. Although at some point I also might want to check the Zyvotac farms because I think these might be the Psyfish that we're talking with. Anyways, I've got full health over here, and I do want to try out my new bomber, so let's clear out the bad guys in the forest. Okay, so we've got the Mega Beetle Baby. Pincer Attack is something I want to be a bit worried about. The Beetle Spit I don't believe is an area of effect, but it is poison. Biochemical resistance, so I may still want to do the throw up to deal with the armor, but I do want to be a little bit careful because these are people who have very similar attacks to me, and unfortunately they have a death rattle. And then we've got the Wild Shrike, so Strike, Swoop, Farsight. Okay, well, I know how we're handling that one. This shouldn't be too difficult of a fight. I may want to keep my melee guys back, though. Okay, so first things first, let's see if we can shoot anybody. I can. So we're kind of leaving them out in the open, but this is my hero, so they can afford to take risks like that. Alright, that's a shame. Let's see if I get these guys on the high ground. Nope. Alright, they're not going to do much this turn, but we can set them up with an Overwatch, so it's not completely lost. So now I'm not going to be able to do anything about it this round, I just want to keep them ready. And in this particular case, I think I'm going to set these guys up more as a wall. Okay, so it's not a huge surprise that they went after the hero. So this is nice because, of course, they got the benefit of the shield.
Operations ready.
All right. So, of course, I got this guy so that he could be an anti-air unit. So we'll start with this. Almost successful. This is a little bit of a dilemma, though. So the question is, do I want to do the Soul Spear? Okay, well, we're definitely able to take this thing out, so...
Enemy eliminated.
That was pretty much a no-brainer. I know what I'm doing. So... we'll set him up from cover, because I believe that gives him an aim bonus. Not that it's gonna... like, it's not gonna change everything, but... what I am gonna do, though, is we're going to use... oh, that's right, it's an area of effect, so I'm gonna hit myself doing that. Okay, we'll just set ourselves up with defense, and we'll take our lumps. I don't really have that much to fear from this unit, so... well, okay, that was a fairly meaningful amount of damage, but... I also probably should... so I set myself up for the... oh, no, actually, I couldn't. Anyways, doesn't matter. We will... shoot these guys at close range.
Enemy down. Enemy destroyed.
So it's a little different from what I had planned, but obviously
Our
less
forces
damage
are victorious.
overall. And looks like I got a few levels out of that. Crash research ship. The remains of the research ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and crew or the events that led to the crash landing. All right, so I'll probably want to pick this stuff up, and I'm really not sure where I want to go yet. I think I might check out the farms. Okay, so we got unshackled.
Sharpen your claws, sunder the chains in your mind. Fight for the hive. The subjugator's blood is an antidote to the poison of servitude. Behold their corruption and live free. Tick G-Clucks, Swarm Herald, Rallying Cry.
So we got unshackling so that we could do regeneration. I'll focus on that first. After that, I need to decide whether or not I want to go for the higher casts, because these are obviously expensive.
For decades, we slept in slavery, dreaming of a lost world and our martyred hive queen. Now we share a fresh vision, a healthy brood, and work for a future in which we can pursue our lost dream. G-Cuckoo Cosrax, Swarm Herald.
Alright. So nurturing was so that I could get the doctrines. Of course, we only have one doctrine slot, so I'm going to have to pick. And I think at this point, food deployment makes the most sense, seeing as that allows me to double up on my agriculture specialization. Shadow's Manifest would probably be pretty cool because of the extra doctrines, but we already know we're going to be applying doctrines towards nurturing. So at this point, I'll just focus on my my population advantage. I also want to put down a colony reasonably quickly at this rate. Okay, discovered Scyfish dwelling, good to know. And Empire task the technologist uncovered. If a man with a spade could build a hovel, imagine what he might build with all the tools that technology provides. It is time for us to give our armies the tools that they need to build our glorious new empire. So I probably want to apply those mods sooner rather than later. I do kind of like the idea of being friendly with the fish people. Okay, let's get the doctrines down.
Operations available for priming.
So, dream sharing, 25% experience in combat versus 20. You know what? I'm going to go hard on food. So, I'd like the extra experience, but I think I can live without it. Shamblers from the stars, renegades, hostile souls, violent red, must be put down, eradicated. Do this. Reward awaits. The Scyfish NPC faction is an ancient species of psionically powered creatures originating from the void. They acquire knowledge by extracting and consuming the brains of other organisms. Oh, lovely. Okay, maybe I don't want to be friends with them. We'll gain some relations bonus as well as influence. And then I will always take research. So, first things first, we'll pick up the bonus. So, crash research ship. The remains of this ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission, the crew, or the events that led to the crash landing. Tempting to check out over here, but let's deal with the mission first. Oh, more fish people. Okay. There's an objective over here, so we'll move along. It's kind of tempting to do the combat, but I'll avoid it for now. Okay, production. I'm mighty tempted to do that colonizer right now. 50% of their food income as a production discount when producing units. This is a unit. I think I'll go for an early colonizer, because otherwise I'm not going to take advantage of it. This does mean I need to get some scouting done. Holy crap, that was done fast. Okay. Let's get the mission done. Really? Fair enough. The wrecked drone contains data of an uncharted area. Okay, so Paradise Retreat, that's actually kind of tempting to consider expanding up here. We'll see. Alright, nothing I can do with these guys yet. Okay, so theoretically, if I were to drop these guys somewhere, I definitely want to make sure there's enough food. That's near some beautiful cosmite, though. So I'm thinking maybe if we drop the colony here is not that impressive, but it's next to a bunch of really cool stuff. So let's... I think maybe the Turrican Highlands will be where I go with this. Okay, more production. Let's say we're gonna go brood cluster. I do rather like the hidden, so we'll set it up that way. I'm almost certain we'll wind up building more units before that, but I think this works for me. Doctrine enacted, preserving the future.
Doctrine enacted.
All known colonies benefit from an increase of 20% income. So presumably at some point we'll either be able to annex a new area or just naturally our 90 food will be coming in. But for now I'm doing what I can to get that food up. I'm not 100% sure there's anything else that I could do other than maybe switching the next colony to start feeding the capital. But I can think of some reasons why I wouldn't want to do that. Okay, combat time. So almost double their strength. They do have a transcendence, so I want to be careful about the healing. We already know what these guys can do, so it is a bit of a worry that we'll be clustering up, though maybe my engulfer will have something to say about that. And then the Huntress we haven't encountered before, so they've got bio arrows, flash, which will stagger my people. Forest camouflage cannot be detected when standing on forest hexes. I'm curious if that's true for the tactical level too. Visual acuity gains 1 extra hex range when in cover. Neat. All right. Hey Maka, how you doing? What's happening tomorrow? Oh, is it the Star Wars game? No, Star Wars game's day after tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow, Maka? Okay, so he feels their pain. Age of Empires. Oh, neat. I didn't even know that. Okay, I'm going to try and take advantage of the AoE attack. And it doesn't do extra damage based on on landing on them, so this is actually a really good one because it forces them out of the cover. It obviously does leave my guy sort of exposed here, but I can live with it. Okay, this guy doesn't have Overwatch, so I think I'm going to take my hidden first. Yeah, so they're not able to do that much. But I am able to set up a little surprise. And I think in this case here... yeah, I'll set him off to the side. I'm almost certain he's going to get taken by the horde. Okay. Again, the aim here is to try and take advantage of some of the swarm shields, although obviously this does open me to the AoE effects. Your brothers think you're rusty enough now that they will win. They don't know that you've been playing while invisible, so you're beautiful. I never played that much Age of Empires. It was one of the ones that I think it was because I was really into the Blizzard games, so I never actually really got to play it as much as you might think in my own case. Okay, yeah, we can't goop them. So we'll see whether or not this works out. Again, I'm opening myself up to some disappointment here when they drop the AoE on me. Okay, this is nice. I won't get any other bonuses. Oh! Well, I should have seen the flash arrow coming. Yeah, I mean, all told, that was not a terrible amount of damage.
Operations ready.
Okay, so first things first, we need to try and take out the Transcendent. I am astonished this does not count as line of sight. So I'm a little worried about putting this guy in this position, because the Amazon is now going to be able to do something in return. Again, I kind of want to take out this specialized unit. Gonna set this guy up for the flank. Wow! How does that work? Oh, that's right, I don't have the snapshot. Okay, that might have some consequences. So I gotta make sure that these guys screen. We did not wind up on the better side of that. So the drawback here is I did set myself up so that I'm not getting the advantage of the swarm anymore, but then neither are they, so... and I think I'll live without the Cleansing Pulse right now, but I have a feeling the counterattack on this one is going to be pretty heavy, so I may regret it. Not quite enough to seal on the Transcendent, unfortunately, but...
Unit lost.
Wow.
Enemy killed.
Of course, you all know how I feel about losing units.
Enemy annihilated.
I believe I have 2 and 3, if memory serve, Maka. But I'm gonna guess that this is still a series you would recommend, no matter how far in between releases. Okay, hopefully we don't lose anyone else. That admittedly did more damage than I thought it would. Not too worried about my commander getting lost here, though.
Enemy killed.
So, here I think it's probably better to try and go for the flank. That didn't count as a flank. That was an embarrassment, actually. Alright. I don't know if I have enough to finish the job here, so let's say... Okay, they will be able to get a shot off. Whether or not it succeeds is another matter. Okay, cool.
Enemy killed.
So I'm going to need to train a replacement for that unit we lost.
Enemies of the hive have been defeated.
So yeah, that was obviously a more senior unit that I lost.
Objective completed.
The threat eradicated. Equilibrium regained. A good trade. Accept reward. The research is welcome, though. Okay, so we'll put a frenzied right at the top of the queue. I don't think we can rush. Yeah, we definitely can't rush.
We assumed the swarm would prevail, but our enslavers' technology outpaced their lack of offspring. They healed their wounded, despite their caste. We must mimic our enslavers, replacing our natural instinct to consume the swarm's weakest and heal them instead. Tatika the kind, hive homeopath.
Alright, so again, this is a mod that we were going to consider. We're back in terms of our Cosmite, so that's nice. And Tactical Operation Healing Surge was, I think, the main reason we picked that up. So So now, question is, do I want to build more of these bomber guys? I mean, they're definitely, they definitely have their benefits. The question is, do I want to give up 9 turns in order to gain it? Vigorous Emergence would give us strategic operations. So summons a Kirko Emergent to the target hex. This unit can transform into an Engulfer or a Oh, wow! I mean, I don't have the strategic points for it, but that seems like a pretty great... And then heals all biological and cyborg units in the targeted army to full health, and all melee damage dealt is increased by 50%. Okay, this is a pretty cool ability to get, but I can't take advantage of them right now. Let's just think a little bit about what we get moving down the... I think in this case I am going to try going for Foreboding Darkness, and this is just because right now my tactical operations have gone unused. Now this will change because we got regeneration, but I think having a little offense will help me in the grand scheme of things too.
Food is a governing tool. Just as fuel is essential to power a machine, food is the ruling principle of happy, strong, and productive colonists. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Okay, so some more upgrades coming down the road. Okay, area surveillance unlocks capability ratings shown in the Empire tasks interface. Capability is visible for your Empire and its allies. Those aren't necessarily all that interesting on their own. However, getting the extra doctrine slots on operations might be helpful. I don't have any immediate needs right now on any of these. Yeah, I actually think doing area surveillance so that I can move up to operational effectiveness will be is the better path right now. Okay. Physical presence, approaching organics. We smell your intentions. Unfamiliar. Make request. Yeah, we'll leave him be for now. You feel a psionic mind connecting to your own, but have no clue where from. You bring a dark passenger with you, traveler. A weight burdens you, greater than you can bear alone. You search for something. What is it? For what reason have you come to this tranquil planet? We were in need of guidance and came here seeking a wise dream reader for our people. We followed the psionic trail of his presence to this planet. You focus your psionics in an attempt to break the mind link. The other Kirko tightens the link between you. A dream reader? Perhaps it was the will of the cosmos that brought you here. My hive sense tells me that I am the only dream reader on this world, but sadly I cannot help you. You are on a fallacious path. Dark clouds flow through your mind. I am following the Celestian ways and must not seek conflict with the ones that wandered astray. I warn, do not enter the Forbidden Archives, only more darkness to find. The psionic connection is broken, and a sudden silence settles in your mind. Zurok, what a waste! We come all this way to seek Hytel Uruk, yet he refuses to guide us on our path. He will not swarm with us because we draw on the darker void. But while he stays silent to our pleas, the harmony beyond always answers. I believed its whispers would guide us to the Dream Reader, but I was wrong. The ruins from my vision point to much older knowledge. The Forbidden Archives. The connection has been growing stronger. I can hear its melodies from afar, feel the pulse of oblivion ripple through my inner fluids. Will the emptiness consume me when I embrace its song? I cannot tell, but there may be no other way.
Objective completed.
Okay, so Cosmite and a Static Bomb. This is Tier 2 secondary weapon. Throw a Static Bomb that deals damage in one... interesting. I'm not 100% sure I want to spend 12 Cosmite to get this, but we'll take the reward. And the Forbidden Archives. This archaic temple complex is calling to you from the harmony beyond. You should explore further to find out more. Hint, this is an adventure quest. Make sure to bring an army when you move to the target location. So, obviously, one of my armies is better than the other. Okay, so where do I want to send this guy is the real question. So... The only thing about the Turrican Highlands is that it's going to cost me a bit to get these guys out of the region. Otherwise, it really kind of has everything that I might want. I've got access to the Zivotak farms. I've got access to Cosmite. It's not that far from Edible Moss Foods Incorporated. A Paradise Retreat gives me... I mean, the only other... No, honestly, this is where I want to put him. Like, this individual space isn't that great, but everything that it's beside is just something else. Okay. Looks like I'm ready to annex another territory. So, the question is, do I want to snipe the Zivotak farms from my main location? Because I will be going to get the Cosmite right away. Of course, if I do that, I'm going to need to make these guys move, and that will take 50 influence, which I don't have right now. What are my other alternatives? Then I could go for the other food exploitation in Bone Canyon. I think I will go for the Bone. There's two reasons I'm going for the Bone Canyon. One is it's close by, and it will give... I mean, it'll give me the food and whatnot. I don't really have any good industry connections right now. Actually, now that I look at it, the Imperial War Monument would help the... Yeah, I mean, this isn't the most exciting territory I could be taking. I'll go for it. I mean, I've already moved the unit anyway, so I guess that... Okay, we're not alone on this world. Others have come to share it with us. We should make contact with them, make peace with them. From peace comes friendship, and from friendship comes unity. And united, we shall make this planet our own. Sign a non-aggression pact with another player. I don't think I did that. Maintain a peaceful relationship for 10 consecutive... Oh, we unlocked it. Okay. Warmonger unlocked. Others have come to this world to steal its treasures and hoard its secrets. This must not stand. Send forth your armies to punish these thieves and claim what is rightfully yours. Enter a war with another player and kill 6 units belonging to another player. Victory condition searching for answers. Pause to ignore. Hatil Urkuk seems unwilling to help you. You have to turn to the Harmony Beyond to look for answers and harvest knowledge of the Forbidden Archives. Okay. So we will try and be somewhat prompt in completing that task. Although I'm not 100%... Oh yes, visit the tasty ones. Okay, that's actually going to be a bit of a walk. So that'll be something that I get these guys to work on. Sound the alarm. Man the defenses. Troopers! Another wave of bugs is upon us. We won't go down without a fight. Another wave? More of our brethren must have sought refuge on this planet. Did Hatil Uruk not come alone? We must focus our senses to detect their presence. Find the warring Kirko. The humans spoke of other Kirko attacking them. You must find them. This is an exploration quest. Use your scout units or other fast-moving units to complete it. Okay. So I don't think there's any... Yeah, I don't think there's any hints in terms of where those guys are.
Incoming communication.
Hello, Pause to Ignore. I am glad to hear from you again. I admire your empire and foresee great prosperity from a continued and flourishing friendship between us. So why can't we do that? We just recently met them. Cool. And they are... Okay, they're neutral with me.
Colony established.
Okay, so I guess first thing we need to do is set up the infrastructure. I'm still going to go food-oriented for now. I might change that around later. Empire Task Economist has been unlocked. The engines of our war machines are nothing without the engines of industry and economy. We have land and colonies, but we could have so much more. It is time for us to find ways to fully exploit this world so that we may gain riches beyond imagining. Research any resource improvement in the economy tree, which we've done. Build a sector specialization and upgrade a sector to level 2. Oh, God. Oh, but that'll be happening on its own, I would think. Yes. Okay, so let's focus on this. 10% food needed to gain a new colonist. Minus 10% or food sharing tax reduced by 30. Well, definitely this. I want things to be a little more self-reliant. So we'll prioritize this one over the... over the military upgrades, but not the unit. I do want the unit reasonably quickly. Unfortunately, we can't rush it because we don't have the money. And completed the builder as pioneer.
Empire task completed.
The colony that we have built is just the beginning, the first step on the road to our mighty empire. Our focus should be on on construction and growth. The colonies we build now are the bedrock of our future. All right, and we gained an additional colony. Oh, nice. So Lacraz, I don't know if we can annex a sector right away, but that's definitely bringing us closer to where we normally would be. Okay, I'm just going to take a minute here and take a look at my victory conditions again. So the emissary, I have another faction to work with and achieve peace with. That's going to be the fish people here. In 2 turns, I'll be able to do the non-aggression pact. The invader, I haven't found anybody I want to declare war on yet, so I think we'll focus on the development. I think we'll focus on the development path for now. Again, it's mighty tempting to try and take Zivotak farms, but I kind of feel like that would be for No, okay, yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll spend the influence to move these guys out of the way, and Zivotak farms will come later on. Being able to get 10 more Cosmite, that's a pretty substantial bonus, I think. Okay, so we're gonna try pursuing the tasty ones if we can. Alright, well, that looks like a marauder. So maybe we should get rid of these guys. Again, we'll annex first. Well, annex and then we'll also get rid of this nuisance. Okay, so I remember these guys. The chain discharge is another thing that sort of hurts me on the... It hurts me on the grouping up front, but again, our swarm shield should be helping with that. I'm a little bit more interested in taking these guys at range, though, so I'll try and do the best that I can. Okay. I don't mind the Engulfer taking point, and just try being able to deliver on the... Oops. On the smoke, so... We'll just gunk them. Alright, boss man. Unfortunately, the boss man can't quite Oh, nope, he can. Alright, so it does leave him a little exposed, but he is going to be going after the weaker unit, so I think I can live with the consequences for that. Let's go behind the tall growth and see if we can get any advantages with an Overwatch. See, this is going to go bouncing around to everyone in the unit. But I have faith in the Swarm Shield. This may not be my smartest choice, but... So yeah, the problem with the arc this is partly experimental, but the problem is that I've got 2 arc people who are now going to be able to fire, and I'm pretty sure it's going to hit every single... Oh, sorry, only one that has the arc, but I'm pretty sure it's going to hit every single unit. Well, so much for that prediction. Okay, that was what we were hoping for.
Operations available.
All right, looking good. So...
Enemy destroyed. Enemy down.
All right, so I am going to need someone to finish the job.
Enemy destroyed.
Okay, that turned out well.
Our forces are victorious.
And I am warming towards the shield, I think. All right. So I do want to take out the Marauder. It'd be wonderful if I could bring along a replacement unit, though. Okay, so we'll just carry along the road here. I don't even know what the right term would be. One minor annoyance is just the fact that I have to uncover a little bit of the map and then move again, and then uncover some of the map and move again. And I'm not 100% sure what the best... so obviously you should be able to walk through roads and things like that, but I'm not 100% sure what the cost is in terms of moving over certain terrain versus others. And I don't know, it would be kind of nice to... it'd be kind of nice to make some slightly more intelligent choices in terms of where I'm going. But in this case here, I mean, I want to trace something resembling a straight line towards this target here, and it seems that this kind of exploration is the best way for me to accomplish that. That's basically the reason I'm acting the way that I am. Next turn we'll finish the building. We should be able to at least propose a non-aggression pact, and then what else? Oh yes, we can ask these guys to move, although I want to move the guys on the Cosmite. I want to move away.
Open their wounds, fix their pleas on vengeance, call light darkness, blind their eyes with injustice, eclipse the sun, deny it purpose, choke out their hopes with ashes of despair. They disbelieve daylight, gloom is their haven. Jivori of House Ardeli.
All right. I don't even know what to say to that readout. So basically everything's going to cost me 7 or 9. Nope, basically 7. And I'll be honest with you, the biochemical is not setting me on fire right now. So I can get a new unit type. I can get strategic operations, which I really can't use right now. Initiation into agony, so I can gain initiates. Oh, that's right. These guys have some wicked combos with some of the oh, why can't I syndicate units. Okay, Whispers and Visions. Summer a Whisper of Discord, an invisible ethereal creature that makes an excellent scout. Some of these summon ones are pretty cool, but again, the cost in terms of strategic resources, it's a bit high. And then unleash psionic energy at an enemy target, inducing visions of the dark abyss that lies beyond. Then there's accursed gifts, more mods, more... Yeah. I think I'm just going to go for the vanilla. We'll just get a better unit. Just in case we wind up having to replace our Engulfer class.
If you want to improve your capabilities, you don't just set a goal, you must also monitor it. Only by carefully watching your progression, guarding against backsliding, can you achieve solid success. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
All right. This one, I think I said we were going to get that so that we can move towards operation effectiveness. One of the things that I am sort of realizing here is I went a little too heavy down the food path. We're actually behind on our industry now. So there's a side of me that would like to go for production development, but the thing is I don't really have a lot of good industry sites yet. So we'll carry on with the plan. I'll try and unlock more doctrines, because one important thing is that will give me access to the better experience gain. Alright, the Sci-Fish faction, Knowledge Dump. We seek knowledge, curiosity, wisdom, relay all knowledge of the world so we can understand. Do this, and we no longer need to soak brains for knowledge. So, 136, Ethereal Education. Turns remaining 10 accepting this quest will automatically start the research. So I'm going to assume that this means that I won't be getting my operation effectiveness right away, but I think that's a decent enough trade-off. An unexploited sector, so... It is really best designed for food at this point. You know what? I'm going to do industrial exploitation. And I'm going to make that a slightly higher priority. The operator. We have our armies with boots on the ground and guns in their hands, but there are other ways, subtler, safer, and smarter. It is time that we explored our options on this planet. If we outthink our foes, then battle may be won before the first shot is fired. So research operation effectiveness, well, we've already got, we're on our way to that. Use a strategic operation, use a covert operation, and use a doctrine operation. So covert operations are the thing that I don't currently have, but...
Operations available for priming.
Let's do a monitor. And let's say... Actually, would kind of like to put it somewhere useful. I don't really have the money to afford on some of this stuff. No, you know what? We'll work with it. Colony structures require 20% less production to build. That would be good. Do I want to sack preserving the future for it? That would wipe out my treasury for the builder. But we are in the... I'll get my annex. I'll annex my my area first. And then I think we'll switch that out. Okay, let's move in. Next turn, we'll get our next unit, so we might need to wait a little bit. So I'm annexing the Cosmic Ruins. I'll be able to move at least one of these guys out right away. And then we'll swing around and take out the Delicious Tree. Actually, yeah. Move these guys right away because we probably want to move this unit to rejoin his comrades. This guy, I can't move him into the territory, although I should open the negotiations. Non-aggression pact. Open borders. Improving our diplomatic status is mutually beneficial. Let this pave a way to a brighter future. Alright, Lacraz does not have any production right now, so... Let's say... I think I'm still going to go Recreational Dome on this one. And I'm actually kind of inclined to just go straight for the brood cluster here, although I have a feeling that annexing the location will probably change that. Now, I'm falling behind on my commitment to invest in my military, but this one has a slightly better reason. So the aim here was building this location at La Creuse to claim the Cosmic Ruins, which will give me access to Cosmite. That will allow me to mod my units, and then we can sort of turn around and build some stronger armies down the road. But I am a little conscious of the fact that I'm not following through on my commitment to get a stronger army. On the other hand, we also haven't had a need for it yet. So, okay, I should actually figure out exactly the conditions for annexing sectors. But
Sector annexed. Production ready.
we've got the brood cluster, which makes me happy. I think we'll leave that be. Proposed deal is fine. I'll accept. Okay, well, we already know that. And we open the borders. Let's see where we're at. Okay. This guy's going to be playing catch-up for a little bit, but I'm okay with that because I actually don't plan on fighting anything. These guys, I probably could have chosen a better place to move them because I put them through rivers and now I'm putting them through mountains. I probably shouldn't expect this unit to really find that much right now. Okay, monitoring station. Let's drop that here. Oh, are the Vanguard the tasty ones? We don't actually have any we don't have any relations with them yet. Okay. Unknown commander has completed the emissary as pioneer. So 2 quests for an NPC. Oh, that's a oh no. Well, we were given a second quest, but it was a timed one. So that's a shame. I really could have used that extra influence, but there's really, I don't really think there's anything else I could have done about that. So
ready.
Okay. And this is exactly the way I wanted it, the way I left it, so we'll leave it be. Alright. I have no idea how he somehow succeeded to do 10 turns of peaceful relations, but... domain invasion at Meruza Blooms. Ah, so, yeah. Looks like this Marauder business is... I don't know if this is by design, but the Marauders seem to be a lot more aggressive on this map. So, anyways, as always, the plan is going to be take the Cosmic Ruins, then take out the nest in Delicious Trees. I should be a little bit worried about what these guys might do on my territory, but... I'm assuming if I go through... Oh no, we have open borders with them now, so I don't need to worry. Although it looks like the tasty ones might be in the middle of the ocean, so that should be a worry. Okay, we're definitely able to expand a lot faster with all of this food investment, which makes me happy. Although I think I probably need to... Again, I've been neglecting the army, and I'm paying for it in the sense that all of my forces are tied up. All right. Oh, wow, they went straight for the colony. Okay, so we're about evenly matched. Let's see how it goes. I don't even know what units I have available. This will be interesting. Okay, this is manageable. I don't know if these guys can actually do air-to-air attacks. So, claw strike, melee, claw strike, attack, high impact stab, only affects ground units, only affects air targets. Okay, so... I do need to be careful. Now the question is, do I have any ranged abilities? Not really. So here's what I'm going to do. We'll set ourselves up in defense. Obviously get the swarm shields up. And, I mean, they're the ones who want to take the colony, right? So it's up to them to initiate. There's really
Operations ready.
There's really no benefit to me sort of rushing in my view. If I can, I want to goop them. But I have a feeling they're going to be running in and... Oh, you know what? I think I made a boo-boo. That's a 4-unit range. I mean, I can do it, but I'm leaving him out in the open. You know what? Screw it. Oh, you're kidding me. Well, I hope this works. Okay, so we're at a small disadvantage because this guy's going to be going full health and getting a bit of a flank, but we do have our swarm shields. And then these guys, I already committed them to defensive mode, but they'll be coming in for recovery. Now, one answer I potentially have is Embrace the Darkness to hit these guys. But that eliminates the possibility of healing surge. No, you know what? I don't need healing surge because these are colony units, so... Alright. So we should be able to mop them up. They can leap all they want, but... we're... Okay, so they did break the swarm shield here. That was really clever of them. So we'll eliminate what we can.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay, and it doesn't really matter which one we go. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use my flying unit first. Nice.
Enemy annihilated.
So that's mostly just to eliminate the retaliation that that other unit would have made. And there's no way this guy's going to be able to take out one of my own units, so...
Enemy eliminated.
So, obviously, the one thing to think about for that
Enemies
is...
of the hive have been defeated.
we spent 25 energy that we wouldn't have otherwise to defend my base. But I still think that was a very worthwhile payment. The only drawback, of course, is that we did we wound up there's no gain for the there's no gain for any of these kind of moves that I made here. I'm really just keeping my own. As it turns out, though, we have plenty of money, so I shouldn't be too worried about this. So this one will be kind of interesting. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to be doing against these flying units. There's 2 of them, and I'm pretty sure these guys have absolutely nothing they can do against flying units. So I think... just trying to find where the best spot is to respond. How is this thing going to attack me? The Swift Beak has got an axe beak, high impact stagger, and bleeding. All right. So the good news is, if I have an answer for these flying units, my flying unit's going to be able to ruin this guy's day. So what this really is going to depend on is whether or not we can game this well enough that my guys are going to be able to move in and do their thing fast enough. So I think we're going to employ the same strategy as last time, where we sort of occupy an entry point, so we'll gain the advantage of the swarm shield. Now, the drawback here is I can't do defense on one of these units, but I'm basically just going to have to live with that. And I don't want to get too aggressive. Maybe I do, actually. Let's see how they respond to that. And again, in the worst case scenario, I'm going to be able to bring another death beam. Or goth beam, or whatever I want to call it. Another temptation, of course, is to just throw up on this thing. Okay, so this guy's range... This is going to be a bit of a bold move. So my suspicion here is that this guy is going to commit on these guys. Now the real question is... Okay. Oof, I'm going to feel really nervous about doing this, but I'm actually going to get a preemptive strike with the vomit. So the problem with this is that they've got a heavy hitter. I've got a flying unit in that area, and I've now I left the aerial unit. As it turns out, I put them in a bad spot. So if I was this player, I would drop everything on these two guys, preferably one of them, so I can knock out the swarm shield. We'll see whether or not I survive it. The drawback is I don't have healing surge available to me now, so I've got an embrace of darkness, and the question is, which unit do I use it on? And we're gonna have to figure that out next round. Okay, I got lucky there. So the thing that's nice about this... Alright, so they're doing what I thought they might. Or at least what I would do. Okay, that's a nasty hit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move in for the flank on this guy, see if we can take a piece off the board. Nice. Okay, so I only have one thing I can do, which is to take this thing out.
Enemy killed.
And let's get the good guys in. Okay, so yeah, the blunder was moving this guy out so far. It was an attempt to try and move them out, and then I thought I saw an opportunity here, so there's no undo button, unfortunately. And at this point, I think what I'm going to do is I'll use Embrace the Darkness on... I was going to originally do it on him, but I think I'm actually going to do it on the farther unit. So with any luck, I'm hoping my guys survive. We've got the swarm shield up, and it's really just a question now in terms of whether or not I can get my air unit to do the job. This is I was going to say, this is a really scary environment to be in because my units here are defenseless against the aerial units. This is really just trying to buy time at this point. Oh, looks like... Alright, that is definitely not the damage that thing was promising. Not quite what I had in mind. I think we're going to try changing this up a little bit. So the hope here is that these units don't get targeted. The stronger one does. Oh, but the bleed's still going to do the...
Unit lost.
Wow. Yeah, so we just lost this. I don't see any
Unit has
possible...
fallen.
Oh, well, it's the one thing we can do, which is to throw up
Enemy
on them.
eliminated.
But I'm pretty sure we just lost.
Zero.
All right,
The swarm will return.
let's see what the consequence is there. Greetings, Swarm Herald of the Kirko. Do not be alarmed by my presence. We seek no conflict with your people. Gerzkishdrelnar. You create a series of clicking sounds as a response. It is an old Kirko curse, but the sack bleeder surely won't understand its meaning. See that you're not willing to talk to us. I sincerely hope that you will change your mind and come back to us before there's any more needless conflict. I'm assuming that that was the occupation. Yeah. Sector is disconnected from his colony, will not produce any income. The structure clay... Okay. Oh, right. Being raised, process will complete in one turn. So there's nothing I can do to stop that, unfortunately. So, I mean, same plan as before. We'll drop... we'll annex the Cosmic Ruins. We'll turn around to claim what we can from the Marauders. And here we'll run along the coasts.
Happiness event in colony.
The colony that didn't get overrun is happy. Who would have thought? Oh wow, so I wonder if I lose...
Completed.
I wonder if I lose this completely. Thank you, Postknar. This knowledge we can use. Our means to gain have changed for the better. Alright. Bright swirling energy, lusting. We must have it to keep the balance. Sure. I want to keep on good terms with these guys. Alright, first things first. Annex. Now, I would have gone to try and defend my territory, but it looks like we've lost it already, so... we'll take out the Marauders, we'll claim the goods here, we'll reclaim Marija Blooms. And again, I'm very curious as to whether or not... oh wait, no, we already claimed this, so... Yeah, it looks like it's just a question of needing to rebuild, so... Hey, Tank Pig, how you doing? You ready for the expansion on the 18th? I absolutely am. I did my best to sort of mention it at the start. Let me just tab out for a quick second here. For those of you who don't know, I actually know Tank Pig through Age of Wonders Planetfall. I believe he hosted on the first day we were streaming it. But I think it's fair to call you a strategy gamer. I'm always a little careful to deliver that name just because I know it usually tends to reduce certain casters. But I've also had the pleasure of following them on Twitter, and a very thoughtful streamer as well as individual, actually got me in touch with a game. So Tank Pig's done a really good job of kind of figuring out what I like. He gifted a copy of a game that I was really interested in. I haven't played it on stream yet, but it's one that I'm looking forward to. But also recommended a game that I had backed on Fig, Phoenix Point. Oh, this reminds me. Okay, this is going to be me being a complete corporate, or not corporate, but a complete mercenary. There is a thing for... Okay, so for those of you who who use the Epic Store, there's a supporter creator event going on right now. So if you buy something, I think it's over $15 on the Epic Store, and you use a creator tag. So if you go into your creator tag and you type System Chalk, obviously I get the revenue for that, but you get a $10 coupon for your next purchase. So it's basically buy two, get $10 off. If you want to sort of maximize the discount that you get out of it, my personal recommendations would be Surviving the Aftermath and After Party. But if I want to maximize my revenues, I'll point out that I get 20% from Red Dead Redemption 2, and I really hope you buy that. But no, that was... the reason I mentioned that is the game that Tank Pig had pointed out was Phoenix Point, which you can pre-order on Epic right now. I think you might get access to the beta. I don't remember if you do or not. One way or the other, it's coming out fairly soon. So if you want to order that, you will get a $10 off on whatever purchase. So again, if there's only one thing you want to buy on Epic, the supporter creator event maybe isn't necessarily the sort of thing that you want to be working on, although I'm always happy when people use the tag. It is required that you use a creator tag. I don't know if you have one, Tank Pig. Feel free to mention it in the chat if you do. But basically, you get one coupon. You can decide what creator gets it. If you want to use mine, it's System Chalk just in the bottom. If you do not put a creator in, you do not get the coupon. So just make sure you do that. I'm probably going to pick up a couple of things, but so that was one thing I wanted to mention. And obviously Surviving the Aftermath is a Paradox game, so I'll put that on top. What was the second thing I was going to mention? Oh yes, when you say you play strategy puzzle games, I've been meaning to ask you since the last time we talked. Do you play any Zachtronics games like TIS 100 or Infinifactory or anything like that? That can be a general one to chat as well, but to Tank Pig in particular. Anyway, actually, I did a rotten job of shouting out Tank Pig. I would say someone who, the best summary that I can make, so obviously I've only seen him play more strategy stuff, which is why I was kind of a little cautious in terms of labeling, just because all the swans I've seen are white doesn't mean that some of them won't be black. But definitely a streamer you should check out because I don't know, he's really got my number in terms of the types of games that I like, and so I think that sort of indicates a likelihood that they're more likely to stream the sort of stuff that you like watching from me. All right. And then, of course, for those of you who are interested in Age of Wonders Planetfall, November 18th, the first DLC comes out. You've been trying to find time to figure out what to do. I've been playing a lot of Exapunks recently, so that was one of the reasons why I asked. I really like Exapunks. Okay, again, we were going to try and find the tasty ones, although they might be in water. So the question is, do I want to try going along the coast? I think I'll dodge these mountain ranges. If nothing else, I'll just be able to see a little bit more about what's going on. Nox, originally back to Phoenix Point. Zachtronics is one of your favorite tormentors. Nice. I've kind of given up on Space Chem, but I'm really enjoying Infinifactory, and then I put a little bit of time in... into Exapunks, and I've been having a great time with it. So, also, I should probably figure out what this unit does, huh? All right, Scyfish, a chrysalis lost in this campground, layered, too heavy, comprehension fails, predictable, mathematical rules, layer upon layer of sediment, agony. Nothing is as it seems here. Metaphors. We desire return. We must transform to return. All things are not what they seem. Mixed to be proven. Floating or heavy, all within flesh. Are you heavy or floating? Open your mind to me. Let me taste the floating or heavy in you. Only then can I go beyond this campground. Chrysalis subject KT11 RV23ZZ 77D. Murmurs annotated with translation errors. Have you been playing Phoenix Point at all, Nox, or are you waiting for the full release? All right, so we get Mind Strike, which is a ranged attack. Sonic Blast, I suspect, is also ranged attack. Oh, grenade. Okay, it's grenade is why. I was like, why would I only do mind strikes? Okay. So good news is they're resistant to a lot of stuff. Bad news is they only have a little bit of health. I'm going to assume that that's probably true for all the Psyfish. Okay, I'm going to enjoy a Skittle, so I'm going to... You got a refund. Oh, because you don't like Epic. Got it. Sorry, I didn't put it 2 and 2 together. Just bear with me a second. I'm going to eat a Skittle.
Production ready.
I'm not actually going to keep all of these. I just want to make sure that I have stuff in the queue.
Incoming communication.
Good. A diplomatic approach will assure victory. I hope that we may both profit from this.
Incoming communication.
Okay. Improving your relations with the locals may lead to short-term gains. Sustaining those relations, however, can you trust them? So in this one, oh, looks like they're in a okay, I am okay with being in an alliance with the Vanguard. I suspect we've known each other for too short of a period. Yeah, we need 1 turn. I have no problem holding off on a fight. The Negotiator. We have worked hard to forge friendships with the peoples of this world, and it is time for us to reap the rewards of our labors. We should use our newfound influence to learn secrets, hire mercenaries, and to sign treaties that will give us allies in times of war. Sign a friendship pact with faction, buy 5 items from a faction. Both are manageable. I suspect the AI will probably beat them for me. The Emissary, this world team... Right, we already did that, so we didn't get the influence, unfortunately. But, right, this is a doctrine. Energies of the Void, moving. Relation with the paused Nor, changing, evolving. Now available for trade. Chrysalis Spawn, Mantra Evolution, and Mind Barrier. So if I want to improve relations, I'll probably want to grab these from the Psyfish. But again, my priority is to get the Cosmite available first. So I'm going to try and boot these... Well, probably should have talked to them before I went off on my adventure. That's fine. We'll wait a little bit longer. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess I have to. So the thing that worries me the most here is that that thing seemed to do a lot more damage than the game sort of indicated. So I want to make sure that I stay out of the range of its attack. I mean, this is the nice thing. They have to come to me.
Operations ready.
So I'm going to be making it fairly aggressive. No, this is fine, actually. It's a little bit of an aggressive move, but in this case, anything that's left to attack us... that's a shame. It's weakened, but I don't think it should be enough to finish us off.
Enemy eliminated. Our forces are victorious.
So, now I got to think about where I want to annex next. I'd prefer industry if I'm completely honest. But But for lack of any better options, I think this seems like a reasonable consolation. Also, I get to focus on my exploitations now, so I don't exactly need agriculture anymore, but it's kind of why I got that area, so I might as well focus on that for now. Alright, abominations, life without thought, hunger, savagery, destroy it, incinerate all traces, unnatural organism consumes all, stop it! That's gonna be a hard fight. I didn't even think about what I would be claiming from this area. I'm actually going to do energy in this one. Well, I should probably do industry, but... guess it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm not doing the food just because I have edible moss foods incorporated available. I won't be able to claim... yeah, I won't be able to claim Paradise Retreat anytime soon, so... I think we'll take out what's waiting for us at Delicious Trees, and then we'll pick up all the goodies. I have encountered these red guys before, I just don't remember what they do. Alright, they're just basically a nasty version of this same thing. Okay, this is one of the cases where I might want to sit back. But I think I'm going to let the commander be the deciding factor. So move him up to get a shot at the... okay, cool. That was worth it. So next one is my hidden. And again, I'm going to assume that they're not actually going to be able to do any kind of damage to the... yeah, what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to set them up for an Overwatch. So they get a best reply on anything. Now, I'm obviously leaving them exposed on this side. It's entirely possible that the Manhunters will come around and jump on them. But it's kind of a calculated risk that I'm willing to take here, so... and we'll employ a similar plan of just kind of getting our wall set up. Although, I'll do something a little unconventional here, and I'll put... it's kind of a soul frenzy unit. That's just so we can get the advantage of protecting our guys to the side. And as far as the flying unit is concerned, I don't think we're going to be able to deliver what I'm not going to be able to deliver the payload that I want with the caustic smoke, so we'll just stay put and see what happens next round. Alright, I'm pretty lucky that they went after the melee unit there. They could have gone after the hunters and there would have been harsher consequences.
Operations ready.
Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna gunk throw at the flyer. And I think at this point, I'm kind of hoping that my frenzied Kirko take this guy out. If they do, that frees up my
Enemy down.
hunter. Nice. Okay. So the question is, damn it, the Blade Maw is not in line of sight. Can I? Yeah, and they're not going to be able to get a good shot. Okay. That is a pity. This is going to be a little unorthodox, but...
killed.
I went with that unit because it was full strength. My worry was that these guys might miss or otherwise kind of have a bit of retaliation against them. Moving these guys up, one, because they take advantage of the swarm shield of my commander. That might change, though. It might move them. Nope, but they're able... Yeah, so in this case, I'm going to throw up. So I've now kind of committed my commander to staying in position. So if I want, I can clean this guy up, or I can try and go heavy on the... I think I'm going to go heavy on this guy just to prevent any potential damage. The nice thing is that if... So... The logic that I would work with right now is I move this guy onto a unit I want to take down, and then he'll absorb the damage from the Overwatch, which frees up the flying unit to do the damage that they want. If I do enough damage to this guy, this means that any one of the units that moves on the Overwatch is going to die, and whichever one survives is going to wind up not doing that much damage because they're already pretty weak. This is assuming that I succeed on the attack, of course. Yeah, you might say that worked. So, let's see if that pays off. Alright, well... Alright, that was... Oh, that's actually quite a bit of damage. That was the smarter one to do because, of course, I left those guys exposed. But I wasn't thinking of that at the time.
Enemy killed.
So these pterodactyls, for lack of a better
Our
name,
forces are victorious.
They're a much bigger worry than I've been treating them. The remains of the research ship can contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission or and the crew or events that led to its crash landing. So again, I'm going to have a small drawback here where I need to move these guys out. Actually, I've got a free unit that's not doing anything right now. I might reconsider. All right, let's think about what I want my main commander to do. I'm tempted to just put the extra points into sort of their main abilities. So Deadeye, Range Specialist. Fury of the Swarm. It turns out that I've actually had units that have stood beside my main unit more often than not. I think the Overwatch is probably more attractive than anything else, but in this case I'm just going to go for Deadeye, if anything, just so I can get a bonus towards the crit. So yeah, we'll ask the Psi folks nicely if they'll move. And what else? All right. Eventually I'm going to have to get these things out of the way. Okay, so this is now going to become my... These guys are going to be kind of like my builders and diplomats for the next little while. These guys I'm actually going to send straight to the target.
Operations available for priming.
Do I want a... I think in this case I'm actually going to do the native threat locator because I don't have an army to support. Like my army is basically out exploring right now. I kind of hope these guys don't get attacked. Okay, happy to take the sector, but I'm not...
Sector annexed. Sector annexed.
Not quite ready to do that.
Oh, beloved Queen of Queens, that you could see all of your clever children. We have taken to the skies. We will find your hiding place. We will engulf this world searching.
I'm pretty
Sato, the swarm seer.
I'm pretty happy with the engulfer units so far. It may be that I just don't understand the other flying unit that I have, but I feel the tankiness of the engulfer gives it a slight edge. So as fond as I am of the vigorous emergence, I'm not entirely sure where I get this 5 operation points from. So the question is, do I keep going down the goth abilities, or do I go for more casts? So the torrent cast would give me, it's a tier 4 ship? As in floating ship? Alright, so Domain of Affliction would give me... This is psionics. So more foci. I mean, it's not bad, but... Strength 8 chance to apply catatonic to a non-mindless target for 2 turns. Otherwise applies Broken Mind. What does resilience get me? Whenever this unit is struck by a ranged attack, it gains 1 armor for 1 turn. The effect can stack up to 5 times. Additionally, this mod grants... Okay, that's pretty cool. Tunneling Claws, melee attacks deal plus 10% damage and extra health. And then deploy Abyssian, which, again, I don't think I'm actually going to be able to do, but it looks cool. Okay. Between Unshackling and Resilience, I'm going to have... Unshackling, Regeneration, and Resilience, I think I've created some redundancies, but this kind of... I think this hits the right balance for me in terms of games that I'll be making without waiting too long for the next unit. So in this case, we'll go for Resilience. These guys, partly I want to use them a little bit as a scout in addition to Diplomat, so again, we'll be slow getting our Cosmite, which I'm not crazy about, but... Oh, speaking of, we probably have enough to be able to... Let's get some of these mods in, so these are pretty important. Sundering Claws, remove armor... Increase damage, I can work with that. Mark of the Ducks, Dark Sun. Ah, yes. Nope, I'm okay with that. I might redo this specification, but... Mantra of Clarity. Yes. And I think I'm actually going to be able to pull it off. So the question would be, this guy's never wound up taking damage, so I can go a little bit harder. Yeah, you know what? We're going to go for strength. So obviously I'm not going to be building another colonizer, but that's fine because my exploration efforts have been a bit slow. These guys I still want to do exploration with. That is a lot closer than I want that to be.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
It's really the best thing I can get these guys doing right now. Well, it is now because I've made it so expensive to generate units. Okay, I can work with this. Let's say we keep going down this defensive path. I mean, I guess now that we know there's terrible things on their way to kill us anyway. And again, the reason why I felt okay doing those mods was because I'm going to be moving these people and we're going to basically be tripling our cosmite production in a couple of turns. At least I hope that's what's going to happen.
Just envision a better life where all the tasks you hate are automated. We don't wish to replace you with a robot. Once it's trained, you'll thank us for eliminating inefficiencies. Dean Nupar, efficiency expert.
Okay, so I get another decree or another doctrine. I think I'm going to put that towards building infrastructure. And then apparently I don't have any other. I need to do covert I need to do it. I need to do covert infiltration to fulfill the achievement. So in this case here, 50% of players' total energy income over a fixed number of turns, or stolen data and forgery to fabricate a casus belli. Okay. The energy might be useful, although it might also upset the kind of the diplomatic balance. As before, we're going to try and do the quest.
Production ready.
Okay, I'm fine with the agriculture exploitation, although I would like to... That's right, I also need to level it up. So I think still the reduction in cost is the way to go. I think I'm actually willing to switch these two around. Although I'm curious... Actually, while I'm at it, I think I'm going to build the Specialist Training Center ahead of time. Okay, as for these guys, again, we're really just trying to find a way to get to this objective. I probably should be researching the ability to... I should be researching the ability to... Damn it. So I wanted to take Edible Moss Foods Incorporated, but it's going to require multiple asks now. Okay. Focus one thing at a time. So we'll ask... Again, I want the Cosmite first, so we'll ask these two first, then Edible Moss Foods. The Kraz... Right, that's energy exploitation, not generating energy.
Ready.
Alright, we'll work with this. I do eventually want to get another colonizer built. We're also still not at plus 90 food, which is a little alarming. Oh, God. It's almost certainly going to spawn something to take out the swooping cliffs. Okay. Well, first things first, we require this location. We shall vacate, paused Ticknor. The essence of power, its taste. You understand. And the same story here. Am's great. Okay, so I just improved my Cosmite production pretty substantially. Now, interestingly enough, it looks like Paradise Retreat does not have the units on it anymore. But I'm gonna guess I probably have to fight to get this. So, we'll see. Alright. If I'm gonna fight for it, I should make my move now, but... Let's focus on the task at hand and take this guy out. I'm curious if I'm able to declare friendship. Your proposal is very welcome. We think alike. Improving our diplomatic state was the right thing to do. Swarm Herald paused to ignore. We have found an ancient temple complex. The air around it seems to be humming with psionic energy, like a soothing presence calming our minds. That must be one of the mythical Celestian archives. It is said that inside these archives are the clear-minded can find any answers and knowledge he might desire. Yet only very few are allowed to enter these sanctuaries of wisdom, even within the Celestian Order. Endless knowledge, eternal wisdom, the secret of Zarkirko awaits you, Paz Gnor. Just reach out, claim the archives. Those whispers, should I dare follow their calling? The harmony beyond never betrays, yet intruding into the archives would be no easy task, and a violent one. There would be no turning back. Claim the Celestian Archives. We found the Celestian Archives on Arcadia Celesti. You suspect that they contain the knowledge of Zakir-Ko's location, but also know that entering the archives by force will come at a price. Interesting. So they warn you about these, but I'm actually not 100% sure what the full consequences are yet. There's a difference between the forbidden and the... Okay. We definitely can't access these things until we build boats anyway. It's looking somewhat discouraging in terms of being able to get to the tasty ones. Okay, so it is an absolute lost cause to try and find these guys without ships. Actually, that's not entirely true. They may be on this side of the map. But I do have some more pressing tasks, I feel like. Okay, let's go to Edible Moss Foods Incorporated for a start.
Incoming communication.
Reputation changed to trustworthy, seen by other players as mostly dependable and cooperative. Relationship with Kirko changed to friendly. Kirko units plus 100. Colonies, yep, all good. Let's see what I can get out of the Vanguard. They have a neutral reputation. These guys are trustworthy. Okay. We're still... Okay, I mean, they're allied with my allies, so we can work with this. I actually probably should have done this a while ago. Improving our diplomatic status is mutually beneficial. Let us pave a way to a brighter future. Your scouts have found the Celestian archives on Arcadia Celeste. You are convinced that they contain the answers you seek, but obtaining them by force will surely come at a price. Okay. I will focus on wiping out these guys first. I still need to get that food income up. Oh, I forgot to do my doctrine. Okay. I'm a little too nervous about losing this guy to actually enter the retreat. So let's do some scouting, and then on top of that, because this guy's flying, I believe we can go over the water. Again, we slouch on to Bethlehem. And then these guys, I think... get them moving over here.
Production ready.
Okay, so this one's unexploited. I'm tempted to do, in this particular case, I would have done another industrial, well, it still might be an idea to do more industry at this point. I do need to, at some point, I do need to consider research. Although, okay, no, actually I know what I'm doing. Zivotac Farms, I'm going to annex for my main, for my capital, basically. We are going to go industrial just so I can basically continue down this path. I can't rush it.
Production ready.
Okay, energy exploitation's fine. We don't have any special upgrades for that yet. And we'll just continue on with the infrastructure. This, again, being driven a little, or gaining a little bit more significance, seeing as we've got marauders that are causing me trouble, so. But yeah, Zivotac will now go to my capital, and Edible Moss will go to Lacrosse. I think that was always the plan anyway, but that's given me more reasons to do so.
Everyone needs an excuse to do what they wanted all along. They have stuff that we want. Who decided they get to keep it just because they got there first? Zerera Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
Okay, so we did this so that we can complete the mission that we were on. Now, the fact of the matter is that we've been building up some infrastructure, and I'm not quite ready. To exploit it. I am going to do aquatic deployment just because that has prevented me from making some progress, and it's only 2 turns. But I think what we'll do then is production, so that I can upgrade my industry squares. I might consider research development because at some point I want to shift my. I kind of want to shift my emphasis towards a little more science, so it's not as costly to go down these branches. And then operation effectiveness, just so I can get the additional doctrine slots. But it is, I've been meaning to do doctrines for a while, so the builder will help me. I mean, I feel like I should have had this ages ago. Diplomat's nice, emissary. I mean, cool to get the extra influence and whatnot. But I think going for the builder is the trick here. I would have liked the extra experience, but in this case, I just feel being able to get that infrastructure down is a little too useful at the moment. We seek knowledge, curiosity, wisdom, relay all knowledge of the world so we can understand. Do this, and we no longer need to soak brains for knowledge. So we do get another chrysalis. I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm going to be delayed on some of my production, but I think in this case it'll be worth it, especially because the 10 influence will go towards me getting more, basically more points to exploit. Drak Norch wants to join you. Man, what is... He's Kirko? Oh, okay. That's decoration. Focused hate. God, I love this guy. All right, yes, you can join no matter what. I just need to find a unit for him now. Now it seems like a really good time for me to actually start building more units. I suppose first things first, I need to start annexing more territories. So I did say that... Well, we'll move them up. I'm going to assume that these farms are not immediately available. These guys are going to clear out the riffraff. These guys... Oh yeah, this one I can just confirm movement. I think I just had them do it on a scouting job. These guys... Right, I was going to get them to go and find the tasty ones. So let's get you... Let's get you as close as possible to sort of the fog of war. I probably should have picked up that production... Well, no, I think there was a unit on that. The Unifier. The friendships we have forged are strong and bountiful, but they could be so much more. It's time for us to forge alliances, to build a great coalition, a new union that can stretch to the stars, make an alliance with 2 different players, maintain an alliance for 20 consecutive terms. I am a little surprised that... I was under the impression we were already in... No, we're in a defensive pact. Okay, we need to wait. 1 turn for that. And really? Oh, I get it. It's because we already moved up with it. So it's a change in state for everyone.
Incoming communication. Incoming communication.
Stature of your empire may rise in completing these tasks, but don't lose focus on what's really important.
Empire task completed.
I should probably review what some of my tasks are, but at the moment we'll kill the 6 units. We haven't found the aggressive Kirko yet. And again, I really want to focus on getting that food if I can. I will admit, I am slightly annoyed with the Vanguard for putting down a forward base here. Okay, so the Unknown Completer has applied 5 mods and used 5... Oh, that is a shame. Because I was so stingy on my tactical operations, I could have done that. Alright, well, that's what I get for... Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to start combat doing that or not. Let's hold off on that. Okay, so we've got 115 versus 720, and oh, this is going to get ugly. So the Pustule, I believe, can transfer the Plague. The Destroyer, what are we looking at here? Savage Bite. Rip the enemy unit with high heal 25 on killing biological or cyborg units. Acidic Bile Spit, Armor Melt, Parasitic Infection, Ferocious Determination, immune to negative morale effects, cannot be mind controlled, has +2 resistance against all non-psionic. Okay, so psionics are good for dealing with Xenoplague, good to know. Okay, so the Pustule, Infectious Bite, High Impact Stagger, Parasitic Infection, 8 strength chance to apply Parasitic Infection to biological cyborg units until the end of combat. Presumably that's the thing that... Yeah, so this thing's got to die immediately. Amazon Huntress, Bio Arrow, okay, they're just awful. And an Amazon Lancer, which we've already gone up against. Yeah, this is not going to be an easy fight. I think this one I'm actually going to do a hold back approach. Ah, neat. They're going to move around the side. Yeah, this is going to get it's going to get exciting, I think. So maybe I want to change the way this engagement is going. So here's what I'm thinking. So what I think what they're setting up is to kind of do a like poke this like a trident, right? So the Lancer's going to come up the middle, and then the 2 other melee units are going to go around the sides. One advantage here is that these units are much better in the woods, and there's not that much in terms of woods on the platform. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move around the side here. I'm actually going to commit completely to the left-hand side. That's partly because the Pustule's in this area. I don't have Overwatch for this guy, so I'm just going to move the full distance. Basically, the idea is going to be that I'm going to make them come to me, and I'm going to have to force some of their units to go sort of the long way around. May not work, but I'll do my best. I'm going to keep this guy back in reserve. I suppose this is the small advantage of having a very melee-focused set of units. Yeah, even the big guy's gonna run to safety. So I'm curious how they're gonna respond to this. We'll meet them at the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing.
Operations ready.
Okay, so question number 1. Can I inflict hurt? Yes, I can. It's not a ton, but it gets us a start. Now, what I'm particularly curious about is whether or not I'm going to be able to throw up on these guys, because this is a nice little cluster for me to... It's not exactly what I wanted to do, but that's not too bad either, because their main route of access to attack me is now covered by that. So the real question is there an advantage I can pull by moving elsewhere? What's this guy's range like? Interesting. Taking a bit of a risk doing this, but I think it's worth it. I am kind of tempted to build sort of a defensive line right up here, but I think it puts my melee units a little too close to the full force. So when people start moving down this thing, I'll bring up guys and reply, but I'm not gonna volunteer the units. I'm also going to hold off on the operations because I have a feeling this is going to be one where I'm going to need some healing. So I'm not crazy about the clustering that these guys are doing, but I know I'm going to be able to heal if I get into too much trouble. So I am curious how they're going to react to this. Cool. So yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to run my melee units. Ah, that's the trick. And I should have known that that was coming. Alright, that was a lucky shot. Okay, so like the blinded is a shame, but we just got a huge benefit by the fact that these guys... are stuck on this ramp. We're going to be able to throw up on that area, and then I can send in a melee unit to cause them some grief. I can't forget about the pustule, though. Okay, so... So if I move up like this...
Enemy down.
That's a shame. Okay, so I absolutely want to make sure that no one is even remotely close to these things. I'm actually willing for this guy to take a little bit of damage to make sure that the gunk thrower is, that the pustule is out of range. So, Jesus Christ, is it really that? He's out of commission for a bit, so... Oops. Yeah, I don't like doing it, but... The thing that worries me the most is the fact that I'm leaving my aerial unit, which is not immortal, to sort of fend for itself. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, I can drop the... I can drop the gloom ray on this unit, but okay, so it resisted the infection. That's good. All right. So now we're taking a little more damage than I want. So, let's think about how I want to play this. I believe I'm still blinded here. So in this case, normally I'd go for the pustule here, but in this case I'm actually going to go for the slightly higher attempt. Also, he only has a little bit of health, so I'm pretty sure I tagged my own guy there. So I'd prefer to use a fresh unit on this Amazon, but... Oh, Jesus. Just got infected. Okay. I mean, it's my fault for doing a low chance attack.
Enemy eliminated.
Alright, so no real choice here. I'm gonna have to do the surge. So now the question is, who do I think is the bigger threat? Pretty sure this guy's going to be able to survive whatever's coming after him, so... it's not a great chance, but I don't really have that much to fear either, so... Okay, fair enough. Let's see what their reply is. So, I mean, we're taking damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough for us to become a problem. So, what's the deal with parasitic infection? Has -2 under morale, -2 bioresistance. After combat, this unit may turn into a xenoplague unit if the one who infected it has the appropriate xenoplague technology unlocked. Yes, I mean, at this point, it may already be over for it. All right. Anyways. Rending Claws should be able to deal with my current predicament. The real question is whether or not these guys can... Oh, they can.
Enemy annihilated.
Alright, we're not quite ready to finish this guy off yet, but at the very least we can throw up on him. And then we'll deliver the coup de grace.
Enemy destroyed. Our forces are victorious.
So now we'll see whether or not we've got a nice new... No, we do not have a xenoplague unit.
Objective completed.
Calm restored. We gush gratitude. Sweet thankfulness. The poison is vanquished. Syrupy solace. Okay, so this should get me my new territory. These guys we will move right away, although probably they should start on some kind of building project, I think. These guys I want to take to the next threat, so in this case, Sacred Crag. Oh no, I want to take him to Paradise Retreat first. This guy... Alright, Zevotac first. Would you kindly grant us this position? Accepted. Pause to ignore. For you we leave. We will miss your smell. Okay, I don't really need the Venom Sniper or anything like that, but... Oh! I was wrong about this. I should have should have gone to Edible Moss Foods Incorporated then. That's a shame. Okay, well, the decision's made, so no point in getting upset about that. That's going to be 15 turns before that happens, though. Anything I can do to hurry that along? Not really. I mean, I could hammer on the... Actually, yes. If we do food focus... Oh, that would have been easier. But actually, this is the setup I would want anyway. We're doing okay for... It would be nice to have more energy, but it's not my biggest... it's not my biggest worry right now. Voice of Hunger. Oh, okay, that was easy. We got a Ravenous Kirko, that's great news, as well as 10 Cosmite, so I should be able to do some more upgrades to my units, or I should be able to build some more.
Doctrine enacted. Production ready.
Okay, so I may want to consider that for... I may want to consider a similar approach for my other location. This is one thing I haven't been doing, is managing the population that much. So let's say growth, industry, and science. I'm actually okay having a division like this. So it's pretty anemic growth as far as energy is concerned, but again, I haven't been using that many operations, so I think I'm gonna be... okay with that plan. Okay, seeing as the plan was to annex something for La Cruz, I'll go to Edible Moss Foods Incorporated. Paradise Retreat would be a little bit better in the current format, because I need that science. We'll see what they want.
Production ready.
And yeah, there's no other good things for me to do right now. As for them, I think I'm going to add them to the unit of Misfit Toys right now. So Ripclaw, Gash, Devour. We made a grave strategic error letting these Ravenous survive. When the troops finally mustered the courage to attack one, it had already rampaged through an assortment of fortifications and colony facilities. The question that plagued me: where are the bodies of the fallen colonists? They'd all disappeared. From samples, I recognized now the amalgam of biogenetic blueprints consisting of both Juggernaut and biomatter incubators. These aren't just war machines. They were the colonists. They consumed biomass to produce progeny, and now we face an army of larval Kirko. Professor Linol Bugman Bunsen, RV122S, SETI Alpha Outpost Recordings. So basically this thing, do not engage it in close range. Where do I want to put you, though? Okay, so I'll put them somewhere near the Featherwoods for now. I'll meet up with the rest of the crew. They did a really good job with these little animations. Alright, people are mad. Thank you, Pause, Nictor. This knowledge we can use, our means to gain have changed for the better. Alright, why are you guys mad? And is there any possible way that I can get these guys to combine? Okay, so they're mad about the upkeep, they're happy about the colony center, recreation domes. Yeah, so it's just the fact that I've grown. Okay. Well, one thing I should have done a lot sooner would be the food sector upgrade. I just thought that was a status thing. I can wait the one turn, although it might mean that I lose out. Next thing I need to start considering is my next army. So I've got this guy who doesn't have any particular... They've got a ranged weapon. That's basically it. I mean, it's a pretty strong weapon, though. So I could use my existing... units as a template. Okay, let's reconsider this. So I've got the Transcendent, who... Right, there's the Psionic Mending. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a bad unit. So what I probably should be doing instead is I should be taking the Unleashed, giving that to the new guy. That'll give me at least one flying unit. And then I should be filling this up with sort of my core units. Okay, so he's going to be heading to the edible moss foods before too long. I am very mad that that just happened. So I wanted this guy to go with that group and that single unit to move on its own. Oh well. Okay, so he'll get a flying unit. Let's say... I'm not in a rush to build any of these things, but... Oh yeah, I need to watch my energy. I also think a colonizer is... I'm about due for one. I have no idea what that is. Oh, Void Store. Okay, that's not a good thing. I mean, we can make a shot for the municipal chill pods. It'll put us in a little bit of a tussle with... Oh, actually, this is a... Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly aggressive setup because we're more or less blocking off our ally. But I'm not entirely upset with that choice because we get sort of science access to the chill pods. Yeah. Okay, so first things first. Not that this place needs more population, but... Right, I'm okay with this guy moving on their own. Yeah, I want Paradise Retreat. I need more science now rather than food. I also need happiness, but that's a different matter. Science will get me happiness.
Production ready.
I'm slightly curious about this. So I'm wondering here if I say share half, that slows the growth rate for my main colony, which I'm okay with now. And if I say take, cool. I think that'll even things out a little bit, and then of course when I build a new colony, so much the better. Okay, let's see how that works. Raxani Alara. Kirko, my huntress demonstrated keen instincts when they scouted your colony. Though it is not surprising that your race, engineered to adapt to different tasks and environments, did survive the cataclysm. Ethical or not, Terratech Incorporated always aimed for perfection. Do not mention the name of that accursed company in our presence, human. Murderers, mutilators. That's what they all are called among my people. When they defiled our queens, there could have been no greater guilt. Keep your calm, Kirko. You misunderstand. If anything, the adaptive capabilities of your race are an inspiration to the Amazon. When we shape the land, when we tame its different plants and beasts, even when we redesign our own genetic profile, we apply the same principles that make your species excel in so many of nature's most important disciplines. Though there is another life form that has recently caught our attention. The Psyfish are sentient, psionically gifted beings, which are as alien and terrifying to us as they are intriguing. Sound familiar? Then maybe you want to help and act as a mediator to make sure this particular first contact won't go wrong. Let's accept. Only with great reluctance the Kirko Tirim agree to reach out in cooperation, not for your sake or that of your experiments, human, but for the sake of the Psyfish, which sound like their fate could be oddly related to our own. They may need our shelter.
Objective completed.
The humans asked you to befriend the local Psyfish. You must change your diplomatic state to peace with the Psyfish. Hint: to increase relations with an NPC faction, interact with their armies to receive quests, or access their dwelling on the strategic map to make purchases within the dwelling's shop. So we actually could have gotten more quests if I didn't think of that. Alright. Come back.
The sea is a maiden of many moods, most of them murderous. Captain Peter Visser, Salty Bay Colony.
Okay, that was more practical. Obviously, we have a flying unit now, so I'm a little less worried about that. I do actually have there's some benefits that I can derive from these intermediate moves. I think in this case here, I'm going to put the effort into production development so I can upgrade my industrial capacity and then research development. Again, we're falling behind a little bit on units, but at this point, it's kind of baked in. We'll just hope for the best. I don't think these guys are ever going to reach each other. I'm not ready to build a forward base, but thank you. And then we'll see if we can get edible moss foods. All right, you... Oh yes, no, we found the tasty ones. Or, I mean, sort of found the tasty ones. We don't actually know where these Amazon units are.
Incoming communication.
Pause ignore. I hope we can maintain our current relationship. My empire is thriving in this age of cooperation. Alright, so first thing I want to do is actually get an alliance with my fellow Kirko. We're very pleased to have received your trade offer. Unfortunately, I must decline your proposal as it does not align with my plans. So I wonder if we ditch the... Nope. Okay. So for Nicole... I got no luck. This might be because I'm doing low on the ranks, maybe?
Operations available for priming.
3, 2, 5. This is a little surprise. I actually thought we were going to be making more progress on development. So upgrading sector to level 2 will be happening fairly soon. Moving up. There was also... Right. There was one about using... There's one about using spy abilities. It's like using strategic and covert We'll leave it. I mean, I'm happy to know that my might capability is 2 of 5, so if it comes down to it, I can just steamroll over everyone, but... right, so we're heading to the Feather Woods. My leader is in tow. This is a little embarrassing for him. We're probably going to be wrapping up soon, because I was supposed to be done at 3 hours, but I also took a long time to get started, so... Okay, so if we say... I think at this point we'll prioritize science and industry in the capital. And on this area... So I just sack science completely. We say that energy is a lower priority. Now, you know what? I'll still say energy is a lower priority, but... Hawkscript Pat, pause to ignore. It's good to feel the presence of another swarm herald on the world. Have you come to join Tik Jiguz in her virtuous campaign against the sack bleeders? Hawkscript Pat, Tik Jilgurks. The Kirko Tiram are dignified by your presence. Your victories surrounding the liberation of our people are still echoing throughout the dreams of the present Kirko generations. It is Hayat Uruk who drew us to Arcadia Celesti. With his help, we seek to find our lost homeworld, Zakirko. Zakirko? By Jesus Christ, why did you write it this way, Triumph? Horn and Tail, you are bold to take that path, pause to ignore. But that foolish Kazakh of a dream reader will be your disappointment. Hatel Uruk's mind is withered. He preaches indifference and passivism, when his voice should be the smiting spark that ignites the sack bleeder's purgatory. How can you revile one so respected among our people? With his teachings, Hatel Uruk gave new purpose and direction to many Kirko. Hatel Uruk may have been great once, but his recent acts are an insult to our ancestors and their suffering. He is cuddling with the sack bleeders, defiling the memory and dreams of all oppressed Kirko. I sense their agony channeled through you as well, pause to ignore. You share the instinctual knowledge that tells any true Kirko to be mindful of the sack bleeders and strike them with ferocious determination whenever given the chance. Arcadia Celeste is crawling with sack bleeders. Unleash your inner hatred. Let them taste the fury of the swarm. A soft presence, yellow vibrations. Pause and ignore. What brings you closer? We seek more knowledge. Your connection with the void, your biology. There are so many questions. How does your offspring look like? Do you nurture it to grow and prosper? Katru, always hungry, looking to feed. Take them with you. Come back if more are needed. Always in search. You help us more.
Objective completed. Objective completed.
Retribution. Tik Jiglutz asks you to take revenge on the humans of Arcadia Celesti by raiding their settlements and subduing their population. She provided you with the locations of the remaining Vanguard settlements on the planet. Warning, completing this quest will have consequences. I'm not inclined to take out the Vanguard in this playthrough, so I'll go for military might, but I'm not gonna... if anything, I'll go against the aggressive Kirko. The Psyfish allow you to escort one of their own so that you can observe its growth process. Hint: to evolve a unit, it needs to earn combat XP until it reaches its prime rank. Oh, this will be interesting. You can acquire more fish units with the metamorphosis by completing quests for the Psyfish or by buying them through the Psyfish dwelling shop. That was a very productive round. Okay.
Production ready.
We've got a sector upgrade, which is good. I can build a nutrition center. All non-mechanical units produced in this colony gain 5 maximum health, or an export center. Food sharing tax reduced by 25% now. We don't really need the added military infrastructure, so I'll run with that. Payback time. Tik Jilgux is pursuing the path of retribution. She is convinced that Hatel Uruk will not be able to help you find the location of Zakirko. Instead, she asks you to join her in purging humankind from Arcadia Celesti. So it looks like between the two, this will have consequences, missions. So was it Searching for Answers, Harmony Beyond? Oh no, we've got 3 options. So I'm going to do what I can. Yeah, so it's the Forbidden Archives. Not the... So there are archives in the Dreamer's Archive. The one that I want is right here.
Incoming communication.
Hello, Poxnacor. I'm glad to hear from you again. I admire your empire and foresee great prosperity from a continued and flourishing friendship between us. We can't do the non-aggression pact yet. Okay, so new priority is to go to this location.
Incoming communication.
The stature of your empire may rise in completing these tasks, but don't lose focus on what's really important.
Empire task completed.
Okay, so we got a nice energy reward. This is good because I'm short on energy. I mean, I can always reorient my production, but in this case, I do actually want to get a boost to my science. Actually, 200's very good.
Production ready.
This is on kind of standby at the moment. Although it's sort of a frontier location, so I'm not too upset by that. I think in this case I will build the colonizer, and I will put them right at the top of the queue. Gives me more. It basically gives me more to work with. All right, the material you gather, cosmite, familiar to us, vital. To maintain relations, you must sacrifice. We'll accept that demand. I don't like losing cosmite, but I don't have as direct of a need of it.
We've had decades to plot our return. Innovations unfold to enhance our forces. Our past suffering and slavery are not what defines the Kyoko Swarm, but whether we adapt and grow from it. Tukon Geek, Throng Architect.
So I'm more inclined to go, again, going down towards the paths here. We've got our science, we've improved our science a bit, so we can actually afford these new units. Again, I'm not really feeling the biochemical run right now. I think most of my units can get by without it. I can see an argument for continuing down Sinumbra, but at this point, being able to get, you know, Return of the Harbinger. Okay, well, exciting. Yeah, getting better units strikes me as... Jesus, this all looks so cool. Yeah, getting better units kind of strikes me as the way to go. If nothing else, if I'm gonna wait on building my units, I might as well come out with like an army of just unbelievably scary behemoths. Okay. Eventually, I'll get all my people back together. Actually, that was probably unnecessary because they're all going to be heading back to the boss anyway. Alright, this guy was going to turn into a scout, I believe. Right. Because we found what we needed at Water's Edge. Well, for now, let's go to Doggy Beach. I still kind of want to try and find the actual Amazon locations. So actually, that's probably it right there. Yeah, right, and we're still going to be negotiating for edible moss, although again, we'll more than likely be taking Paradise Retreat. And we got the first unit. So in terms of things that we need to sort of fill out, so these guys, let me just double check here. The Ravenous does have Swarm Shield. Okay. So, I mean, at this point, I could consider three more of sort of my light infantry. Maybe I want to consider something else. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to think whether or not I want to add these guys to my existing armies, or I just kind of send them out on their own. They're not pushovers, so they don't have a spectacular move, but let's... You know what? I think I'm just going to use them as fairly broad. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use them as even more broad scouts. So I'm going to disperse them in different locations. Okay. Slouch on to Paradise Retreat. And here we go.
There's a way to do anything. There's also a smarter way to do anything. Trade secrets are often more about a well-trained workforce than a secret sauce. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Okay, new research. So this is basically a bet on my industrial capacity. Finally, we'll go for research and development. I'm not really that keen on energy development at the moment. At this point here, I want to kind of close my technological gap. Horrible creatures, loud and vicious, upset our equilibrium, annihilation, the only choice. All right, well, good thing I've got units close by. Let's get the commander. So what are we looking at for strength? 520, 440. So in this case, I'm going to move these units away just in case they do any funny business. This is not a particularly strong army right now. They've got everything behind this one big unit. So if anything, I just want to have a stronger commander.
Operations available for priming.
All right. I don't want any of these right now. So yeah, I'm going to cover as much of the map as I can. We'll get that colony built before too long. All right, and I think this guy was looking for a comrade down below, so instead, I'm actually going to get them to explore the map a little bit in the north.
Production ready.
All right, do they have anything? Okay, so we've got a civil engineering guild, military engineering guild. At this point, it seems to me that I go full military because we don't have that much left. Oh, we don't get to pick. So I figure all of these should be higher priority than the defensive structures. This is the civil... Okay, so it should... So my reasoning here, civil engineering because that will be building the other buildings. Agricultural exports because that just means that more food is going to go to all of the different colonies. And military engineering because at some point I do plan on building units. Right. Almost at Paradise Retreat. These guys, again, I'm okay sort of moving them... I'm assuming this is the Amazon's territory. Alright, these guys... Right. We're gonna get the... Would you kindly grant us this position? Accepted, pause to ignore. For your sake we leave. We will miss your smell. So, I'd normally annex this system, or this area, but I want to annex the research first. Well, it's kind of nice that it's a forward base. You know, for lack of anything better to do, I can combine these guys and we can clear out the bad guys in the Featherwoods. This is a nice little 6 stack. So again, it's still not my strongest unit that I can get, but I have at least 2 good ranged units.
Production ready.
All right, now I'm curious what'll happen diplomatically when I drop down at Glade of the Descent. I think I'm going to take it just because, again, there's the access to research, there's the access to the municipal chill pods, even an industrial, repair site. it seems like a decent location, all told, especially because I haven't examined anything to the side here. It's a little tempting here because there's this industrial concern. But, oh, you know what? These are symbols of... I'm an idiot. So, this should have been for agriculture, not industry. And this probably doesn't... Oh no, this automatically gets an agricultural exportation. All right, I'm going to need to find a new spot for the industrial... Oh, I'm going to lose the civil. Yeah, you know what? I'll leave it. I don't need the food. Again, this is all just scouting so that I can paint as much of the map as I can. I kind of know where I'm going with all of this, but... Alright, Paradise Retreat, Government Palace, landmark unowned. This landmark is an advanced research sector, gives the following when annexed: 60 research, 6 research slots, 30 food, 3 food slots. Additionally unlocks the following building in your colony: Imperial Training Center. So let's see what horrible things we're after us. As planetary governor, I solemnly swear to uphold the laws of the Star Union on this world, to protect the Union indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Governor's oath of office. There is no way we are going to be able to deal with the Marauder Guard. Not like this. There are some things that we can do. So the Engineer and the Purifiers should actually be fairly decent targets that I can take out. I just think the comparison between... Like, so the trick to all of this is going to be getting in close enough so that these guys can do their work. And I'm not at all convinced that I've got an army that can actually deliver on this. So here we'll abort the attack. This means we'll claim edible moss foods first. We'll come back when we have a stronger army. I think I've got 2 sectors that this thing can annex now. Which would make me really want to take Paradise Retreat, but it's going to be... I need to invest in my military before that happens. Oh, right. So I need to evolve a Sci-Fish unit. All right. If I can get another colony down, I'll take the opportunity, but I'm not going to go out of my way to build another unit right away. Well, guess I don't have much. Well, I guess the least I can do is when I claim edible moss foods, we can clear out this thing. Unless edible moss also has some terrifying garrison. I suppose at this point I should be upgrading my industrial sectors. Again, slightly higher priority than any of this nonsense. And I'm also sitting on the Cosmite, so I should probably be looking at these units and figuring out where... should probably be figuring out how I'm going to upgrade the rest of my armies. I'm going to do that next round. Okay, a few things I want to do. Number one, let's see if we can propose an alliance. He said something about a Dark Age. I'm a little worried about that. May our people leave the Dark Age behind us and prosper together. A noble... Okay, how about a defensive pact? No. Alright. It may be because I haven't been complimenting them enough. So at the very least, we'll go for the non-aggression, and we will mutually open borders. Okay.
In conclusion, knowledge is power, but being well-educated has an additional benefit. No one can call you stupid, especially if you've researched weaponry that could vaporize them if they did. Dr. Millicent Rickles, head researcher, Blazolite Incorporated.
So this is not so much for the immediate benefit as it is the fact that I can now reorient some of my areas towards R&D. I am now losing energy, so I think I'm going to let the AI take over the management of my colonies again. So the question now is, do I want to do Operation Effectiveness to start boosting up my ability to run these things? I definitely could use another doctrine, or do I want to start going down the path of developing my tiles? In this case, I think I'm going to go for the Operation Effectiveness. But, colony-wise, let's go back. We'll say, okay. Nope, actually this is pretty much how I want it. So the AI is doing exactly what I want it to. I'm pretty sure if I just eliminate... Yeah, but I get the exact same result. Well, at the very least we're not in a deficit anymore, so I'll work with that. The sector has already been claimed. Building here causes other commanders to gain casus belli against you, making it easier for them to declare war on you. Independent factions may demand that you ignore their claims. Yes, because he wouldn't give me the alliance, and I sincerely doubt that he's going to break the defensive pact over this. I could be wrong, but that'll be exciting in its own way. The wreck drone contains... Oh, okay, I didn't even know there was a drone there, but makes me happy. Now, I want to shoot stuff. This is definitely more my kind of matchup. The real trick with that defensive group is that I don't even think it's that bad. Like I don't think this loadout is actually all that bad. I just think the problem is that I don't have any way of accomplishing my goals without losing units, and I really don't like losing units. I'm pretty sure that was a miss. Alright, that's unfortunate. Am I going to be able to shoot anybody? Yes. Okay. As always, I'm going to deal with my ranged units first. I'm going to be getting a little bit less of the swarm bonus, but this is mostly just so that I can deal with the hopper. Actually, that's not true. I'll bring one guy in for backup. And here... This is actually not a bad spot for a bunch of melee guys to be. We're nicely covered by all the walls, and we get our swarm shields. The only person who's not getting the advantage of the swarm shield is the commander, but I think he'll manage. I think at this point I might want to drop a laser beam of death just so I can...
Enemy killed.
That's a beauty.
Operations ready.
Just so I can get the achievement. Now this I'm genuinely curious about when the battle's over, whether or not I get to keep it. I don't think I would in this scenario because I've already got 6 units.
Enemy killed. Enemy eliminated. The enemies of the Hive have been defeated.
You know, now that I think of it, with the special abilities I might be able to take Paradise Retreat. This is famous last words, but... Alright, I got 6 points to spend. Range damage increase, yeah, I think we'll keep it simple. Alright, we've got open borders, so it's not as big of a deal that I go through their territory anymore. Alright, so this will be interesting. So what do they got? Sundering Claws, which we are currently using, and melee attacks have Strength 4, chance to apply Concussion, Insanity, Panic. Alright, so don't let them get close. And then Huntress. So priority obviously on the this guy. I'm pretty sure that's the one with the super claw. Oh, no, it's not. Alright, so this is my first time out with these guys. Lucky me. They've got... Oh, apparently he doesn't have Overwatch. What's the deal there? Okay, that's unfortunate. They are going to be able to close in. Yeah, I really would not have moved him there if I didn't... Oh, you know what? I think I know why. Yes, it takes a full action to run that thing. Alright. I've put him in a pickle, but... that's not impossible. Okay, so thing to remember about these units is that only 2 of, like, they're an air-to-air unit. They're not really an air-to-ground. What are we looking at? Devour. Chance to kill... Attempt to eat the target with a Strength 12 chance to kill it instantly and heal this unit for 15. This unit also gains the Spawn Larva ability. This only works on light biological or cyborg units. Oh, hell yes. Okay, I gotta find melee things for these guys to annoy. I think we'll send them around the flank. So I want to be careful. I'd rather not lose my my Transcendent, but... Alright, well, we kind of saw that coming. So that's a clever swarm shield.
Operations available.
It's a 50-50 chance that I'll eat this thing. Of course I'm taking it. So I definitely want to focus this guy down, even potentially at the cost of other encounters. I really don't like this guy's cover, but I'm also going to wind up flanked to death. I don't like this, but I really am not in a strong position, so we'll focused hate these folks. Alright, that's got a chance. But let's take a look at what Dark Locust. Attempt to curse the target with insects made of psionic energy, causing intense pain. If the target dies while affected, the insects burst, dealing damage and spreading filled with despair to enemy units within 2 hexes. I'd love to drop it on these guys, but I think in this case I'm going to prioritize the... Alright. Now the good news is... I have nothing to worry about. Well, that's not true. The Amazons will cause me some problems, but... I have a feeling these guys are going to be reasonably secure. You know what? I don't want to spend the money. Oh, no! I got greedy. I should have thought about the frenzy. I thought it was like, the worst case I can do is I just do a healing surge, but nope. I just lost my really good unit without eating a single guy. Alright, well, it's my lesson to learn.
Enemy down.
So I do want to keep these Amazon focused because they're going to cause some problems to my my floaters. And I'm assuming because this guy's in melee, he's not able to do his abilities. So in this case, we'll just do a good old-fashioned pistol shot. Yeah, that's actually going to be a bit of a conundrum. I'm not sure if I want to try healing this guy or not. Psionic Mending would have helped out that unit. Okay. Lesson learned. These guys are a lot stronger than I give them credit for.
Enemy down.
So first priority we need is to take this guy out. I am, however, slightly inclined towards psionic mending in this case. Question is, well, it's got to be this guy. It's a slightly weaker move because obviously he's going to be locked up, but let's see if Focus Hate can save the day. Not exactly, but that wasn't a disaster either, so...
Enemy annihilated.
As a precautionary measure... Embrace of Darkness is cheaper. Just hoping it's enough to save this guy. God damn it.
Enemy killed.
Alright, well, that's totally on me for...
The enemies of the hive have been defeated.
I'm so mad I lost that one unit, though.
Objective completed.
Alright. I'm slightly inclined towards going back to base just so I can build a new beastie. So... Oh, that's right. I don't have access to these guys yet, so I'm really out of luck. Alright, well. I will carry on.
Incoming communication.
It's good to see you. It would please me to continue this relationship in more positive directions. Yeah. Fortunately, that's not an option.
Production ready.
Okay. I'm a little surprised there isn't more for me to do here. Well, what I can do is remove the central biofarm. In fact, I think I can also do the same for my main colony. Do I want to do that now? No. I think I'm going to build my way to that.
Incoming communication. Incoming communication.
How much do you like me?
Incoming communication.
Really? Huh. Again, I mean, it's fine because I've done nothing to maintain these relationships.
Empire task completed.
We completed on 28, right, but they completed it sooner. So we are now honorable. And... oh, we did make it to friendship. I wasn't sure. Okay, neat. So, I am pushing it. I've actually pushed it an extra hour. I really want to see if I can get this mission done. But I might have to save it. Okay, seeing as we know we can't build a replacement unit yet, let's clear out our existing borders. We'll work our tech up to getting the Ravenous. I'll see if I can find a good spot to call it at. Oh, great! you got to see me embarrass myself, Tank Pig. Thank you for staying the whole time. Yeah, I'll go out with a bang. We'll watch my defeat at Paradise Retreat. And yeah, oh, sorry, there's one of two things. So I'll clear these guys out, and then we'll see what we can find down here. These guys, again, this is really more just about any exploration I can get done. Easy exploration I can get done. It's kind of just, at this point I'm mostly just kind of connecting spots in the map that make sense. Although I thought I had another unit in the area. Oh, you know what? I can mix these two guys. With the metamorphosis feature, I do actually want to get these guys into some combat now. So I am going to start combining my... oh yeah, no, they all wound up... okay. I didn't actually intend it that way, but I'm reasonably happy they all sort of... they were called to the Amazon. Okay, I will build a biofarm, although I have a feeling I'm going to regret that. Then we'll set them up with a dome cluster. I am somewhat tempted to go for military infrastructure here. Yeah, actually, you know what? Military infrastructure, because these guys are not getting any help if things go bad.
Protection ready.
All of this is fine. The only thing I would do differently, of course, would be to switch this out to agriculture exploitation, but that's not happening anytime soon, so. The Psyfish want home void. We are lost, distant world. Help us find our origin. We yearn. Well, at least we get another chrysalis.
Operations available for priming.
Not ready for any of these. Alright. Let's unite the chrysalids. I'm kind of curious what the power is afterwards. So it's 305. So it's really only going to be going after the lightest of opponents. But I suppose I can always combine them with another unit. I'm going to save this one for a little bit later. All right. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. So I'm sorry for bringing this up a little bit later. I'm actually going to tab out of the game. As I said, I was actually going to go to sleep, but you know what? I would really like to play this for you a little bit longer. Now, I'm going to probably get in trouble for doing this, but the Eyes of Sin is someone who I've really enjoyed watching broadcast, and she actually does a few things. Obviously, she's been subscribed for 27 months here, so thank you very much for that. And for those of you who are subscribed to the channel, she is the one responsible for these emotes, and potentially other ones as well. But she does commissions. She is also currently doing some voice acting, so if you're looking to have either your... if you're looking for kind of donations or anything along those lines, if you're looking for sort of things if you're looking for things basically in terms of recorded material, preferably, I'm assuming mainly for your stream, she's currently doing these kinds of commissions. And the reason why I say I'm potentially going to get in trouble for this, part of this is to finance a move that she's doing. Now, I would like to do some support myself, but I just want to let you know I don't have any way of tracking this. This is purely out of the kindness of your heart. I am trying to raise through whatever means I can $60 for the Eyes of Sin, and whether that is 60 people donating $1 or whether that's a group of people donating $5 or anything along those lines, it is something that I would like to do to sort of help her out, because she's been there for me quite a bit, but chief among them has been sort of her support in terms of Twitch, as well as her emotes, and definitely she's talked up the stream to a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't have seen it. So this is purely for me to try and do a good thing to someone who has run into kind of a situation where they need to do some moving and they need to get some boxes out. If you folks would do any kind of donation there, that would mean a lot to me. I don't even know if Sin is going to tell me if anybody donates towards that. So this is purely just doing a good deed for the day. That would, like I said, it would mean a lot if you did that. And then I'm actually also trying to find her, where was it? Well, I don't think this has any kind of a link, but this is the tweet where she announced she was doing the voice acting, but I'm sure that you can get in touch with her with that. What you see there is a link to the Horizon Zero Dawn board game Kickstarter. So it's not that she's just like, I need to raise a little bit of money and I'm looking, and I'm doing my first voice acting job to do this. Eyes of Sin actually does voice acting and has done so professionally. And so you're not just getting, like I said, it's your good deed for the day. But you are actually getting something worthwhile if you want to go down the path of getting something for your donation. And again, I'm sure that Eyes of Sin will get in touch. So, again, I don't mean to especially because you guys have already had to deal with me talking about humble links for Paradox and supporter creator links for Epic and things like that. There's definitely no shortage of ways I'll tell you to spend your money. But let me just say that knowing that, it's been 3 years since I moved to where I live right now, and I still remember how stressful that move was. And I knew that my employer would be paying for my move. And so I had a very good run of things. I have my own ways that I'm going to be supporting this. But in this particular case, I would really love it if some people can come together and help out the Eyes of Sin, especially because she was also rather adamant in terms of the limits of my support as well. So sorry to put you on the spot, Amanda. But what can I say? I think you deserve a little bit better than you've been given. All right.
Happiness event in colony.
The people in the colony are unhappy. If we do not act, they might start rioting. Rioting colonists will occupy resource slots and not provide income. We should consider building upgrades that increase happiness, such as a recreational dome, botanical gardens, virtual entertainment plaza. We could also assign colonists to produce more happiness. I don't think I can build any of that stuff. I suppose the best I can do is dismantle... Again, the best I can hope for is dismantle it and see things come back together, so...
Production ready.
Alright, let's make some bad decisions. The thing I'm really worried about are the drones. Okay. Juggernaut. Move through and destroy obstacles. Large target. When standing in thermal hazards, the unit deals 20... Oh, Jesus Christ. Mechanical. Unit made primarily from machinery and electronics. Mechanical units. Oh, they've got psionic resistance. Holy smokes. Do they all have psionic resistance? Yeah. Okay, so the big vehicles have the psionic resistance. The rest were okay. Okay, so the thing I'd love to do is throw up on these guys, but I don't think that's going to work. Right, we don't have those available yet. Okay, first thing I want to do is see if I can shoot someone. I cannot. Okay. So we're going to take a new approach. We're going to make sure we can get as much cover and as much mobility as we can here. So that's the cue for these guys to make a move. And try and get... So the challenge here is I suspect these guys are going to have some area of effect attacks, which will negate my swarm shields. I'm going to do something a little counterintuitive. I'm going to move the flying unit off to the side here. This might actually put them in a little more risk than I want. Okay, these guys, again, trying to make sure everybody, or as many people as possible, are getting cover. If I can get these guys to scatter a little bit, I'll be in better shape, but right now I haven't given them any reason to behave in that way. So as always, we'll set up the Overwatch. Okay. It's probably putting him in a little more risk than I want, but let's see how this turns out.
Operations ready.
Okay, this is promising, but it looks like they're digging in. Jesus Christ. I really feel like I'm going to lose this unit doing this. Yeah, that didn't really do that much. Okay, I'm not crazy about this angle, but I gotta take the shots where I can. Oh, but he is able to hit with Psy-Ray. Okay, well, again, if I can work these guys down, that's a good spot to be in. Yeah, that was kind of optimistic. So the real trick here is I'm trying to make it so that I can get these guys running down the sides when the time comes, but not exposing them to too much danger until that happens. Especially keeping in mind that this thing will start spawning drones, and I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to handle them. So, question is there anything... Oh, you know what? An Abyssian. Summon an Abyssian onto a target hex during combat. The summon lasts until the end of combat. This unit has strong biochemical abilities that can encase a target in waxy cement. But it's a level 2 specialist unit, so it's not like... Well, you know what? Let's see what this does. I'm starting to think I made the wrong call. Okay, that's not a huge surprise they did that. So I think we'll try focusing down the tank at this point. Alright, I am feeling rather good about the amount of damage that these guys are taking. So, in this case, the Engulfer is gonna... So I'm taking him back, and that's just so I can throw up on these guys later. Again, probably better to take down units rather than... Now the real question here is, am I going to be able to throw up on these guys and not commit suicide? And the answer seems to be no. So I'm going to move back a little bit. Well, this is miserable. You know what? We'll just accept it's a bad situation. And I'd love to throw up on the drones, but in this case I think it's better to inflict it on the main units. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot I'm going to be able to do with these, so I'm actually going to move these guys in. This just reduces the number of tiles with fire that they go through. It's a shamefully passive move, but that is quite a bit more damage than I was expecting those to do. So we're in some trouble. Okay, so first thing I want to do is throw up on these things again. Nope, can't use it for one turn. Okay, well, the very least I can do is gunk thrower on the... Now, I'm on fire here.
Enemy killed.
This is a really tough call, because I really want to take down this... yeah, you know what? I'm going to focus on the big guys. The little guys... The little guys are not as scary once.
Enemy annihilated.
Nice. Okay. So I need to find some cover first, I think. I don't have any cover. It's a really low shot. It was enough. Okay, so these guys are out in the open. There's going to be some horrible stuff that happens with the drones, but this is the first time I've actually felt like we're going to be able to take this thing.
Enemy annihilated.
We need to figure out some way to get our guys healed, but at this point, we're going to adjust the strategy now. So essentially, the skirmish units are going to just go in and mob whoever they can, and the hunters are going to try and take out these drones as quickly as possible. So. Oh god, there's so many drones now. Yeah. Now we're gonna start. This is gonna be the really sad part where we start losing all these units. So I think the drones are gonna become a really high. Oh my god, no! I think the drones are gonna become a really high priority very soon. Okay, so I'm leaving these guys out in the open, but... feel like this is my best shot here. Again, we're still waiting to throw up on things, so... this guy's got to basically be a suicide mission at this point. I don't really see any other finish. Alright. So we're going to try and get some relief for my guys by shooting at the drones where I can. This question, yeah, you know what? I gotta take the wins that I can.
Enemy destroyed.
That I can get. It means that this guy's basically left out to dry, but alright. Now we're gonna move the. So corrosive spit in this area is gonna cause chaos, but whether or not we're actually able to deliver it is another question. Alright, well, that's not a surprise.
Unit has fallen.
Oh, god damn you! Oh my god. I did not know that that thing could deliver that kind of attack. So you know what the priority is now. I mean, like, even just leaving these guys out in the open is that's completely acceptable to me right now, because we need to get rid of these. Now, here's the interesting question. No, I don't have any way of protecting. I'm pretty sure this guy is toast no matter what. But let's do what we can to buy him a little bit of time. He does get a heal, so. Alright, so all my melee units are down.
Unit destroyed.
But, like, for an encounter like this, losing the melee units is the most acceptable. No, not close enough. Kind of want to see what Encase does.
Enemy eliminated. Our forces are victorious.
Ah, cool. So we didn't need to take out the drones. Alright, I mean, that's a shame, right? Because we just lost some really good units there. But that's also a really big... this is a really big win in terms of a location, so... So, we've got our work cut out for us back at base. So let's just cancel... This is the dismantle, right? So clearly we need the replacements. And, I mean, at this point it's clear that we're going into full production mode, so what other... Okay, so... For the time being... Engulfers are really good. Yeah, we'll be up to speed pretty soon. Yeah, I've never used it before, so I didn't, and that wasn't a really good demonstration of it. But I'll admit I was actually going in there expecting to lose, so I'm glad I didn't. Admittedly, we're also not on a particularly difficult, like on a particularly high difficulty setting, so I suppose maybe my surprise shouldn't be as much of a surprise. But it's a chance to learn. Okay. At this point, I'm just kind of trying to do what I can to spoil these guys' day. I'm actually okay with this guy taking a little bit of damage, so I'm going to move him up right up front. The idea here is he's just going to keep shooting people down for the rest of the encounter. Sweet. Give him a little bit of a boost. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the last time I went up against something like that with the Vanguard, like, it took us 2 runs to do that. Both times we were outnumbered, but, like, the first time it was not even remotely close. Like, we were just shattered by that, but there was a plan going in. Like, I have no idea if my unit placement had the intended effect or not. I'm never really going to know that, but it worked largely... Like, it worked out in the sense that we were able to split them up enough to be able to get the job done. You know, in retrospect, doing Absorb Pain on a hero probably isn't the most sensible thing, because these guys come back if you win. But anyways, he's about to do what I set him there to do. I am rather surprised that I don't have a line of sight. I'm pretty sure these are the guys that have the bouncing attacks. I mean, I didn't play enough of Age of Wonders 3 to really have a strong opinion on the difficulty. This is just asking for it at this point, but at the very least, I get the Swarm Shield. Yeah, actually, I was meaning to ask Sungif, are you picking up the DLC in 4 or 5 days? I don't know if this is the sort of thing where like everybody like is rushing out to get the DLC right away, or if it's like some of the other Paradox games where people are kind of waiting for a couple to get released. I think they've got 3 due for this, right? Yeah, this is really interesting to fight these guys as the Kirko, because the Swarm Shield really changes the dynamic.
Enemy eliminated.
Also, these melee flying units are ridiculous.
Enemy annihilated. The enemies of the Hive have been defeated.
They seem to do a lot less damage. Oh, wait a minute. I remember why. Because it's the flying down from on top that's supposed to do the damage, and it's the spit that's supposed to... That's why I had so much trouble with it. Oh, we do not need more colonists in that place. Christ. Yeah, we're gonna have a bad time. Have to wait until February? I don't know. I was just curious. I wasn't. I'm not trying to do the Fortnite thing where people get shamed for having the default skins. I'm just like, so this is one of the things I'm curious about, because I informally get told by people when I play something and they're interested enough to buy it. It's actually one of the moments I like the most about streaming, is when somebody who wouldn't have played a game otherwise takes a look at it and says like, hey, you know, you were playing this thing, I wound up buying it and I'm having the time of my life with it. That's one of my favorite moments in terms of streaming. Okay, what? Okay, sorry. I thought it was a non-aggression back. A gift for you to show my intentions. May this improve the relationship between our people. Okay, you convinced. Well, first of all. All right, well, non-aggression with your enemies then. Improving our diplomatic status is mutually beneficial. Let this pave the way to a brighter future. But on top of that, I'm also just genuinely curious about what games people get. Because, again, like, I'm guilty of this. I mean, I'm guilty of this in things where people are offering to give me a key to cover stuff. It's it's really hard to get people's attention. So I'm really curious what games are able to break through and appeal to people in terms of things that they'll actually put money down on for the first day, and what games go into the background. So perfect example here. I'm really interested in Red Dead Redemption, and the second one is out, and it's got a really good royalty rate. So I was thinking of kind of supporting Johnny Big Time by using his support a creator, his tag, because then I get the $10 coupon, and I really want to pick up After Party as well. But then I'm sort of sitting down, I'm like, when am I going to find the time to play Red Dead Redemption 2? Like, apparently it's a bit slower paced, and it takes its time, and it's wonderful for that. So, it's not necessary. Like, so even something as impressive as Red Dead Redemption 2 is not necessarily the sort of thing that'll say, I have to play this first day it comes out. So there's just a side of me, because I get to sort of interact with people on these channels. I'm really interested what kind of game is able to break through in such a crowded marketplace. So 2 weeks of oatmeal was worth it. I'm glad. I really like Planetfall. Like, I kind of suspected I would like it, but I've been surprised at how much I've enjoyed it. I have no idea whether or not it's coming through on this one, because I know I've been a little more quiet this time around, but I've kind of liked how I've got an idea in terms of what I think works for me in terms of this game, and in terms of the Kiriko, having never played them. And it's been interesting to sort of watch the times when my assumptions pay off, but also the times where it's like, oh, I thought it was X, but it turns out Y is the case. So when does the DLC come out? A few days, I think November the 18th. Let me just take a minute. I'm already over time on the cast, so I can afford to jump in and out. Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations comes out November 19th. So, 6 days from now. Actually, it gives me a chance to do the advertising. The Revelations DLC has 21st? No, it's the 19th. So, what comes with this? Revelation sets in motion the return of the entombed Aztec dynasty, whose Heritor descendants aim to use ancient technology and reincarnate billions of followers across the galaxy, establishing divine rule. The Heritor wields strong entropy weapons that are effective against machines and can awaken ancient Aztec minds. Claim ancient secrets or succumb to their power in a new campaign with tactical combat and in-depth empire building. Anomalous Sites mechanic. Explore 30-plus mysterious sites filled with traps and powerful enemies to reap unique rewards and uncover great secrets. Encounter unique choices based on each faction or secret technology. I think the Anomalous Sites is like, other than the new, the new faction, obviously. I think the Anomalous Sites are supposed to be one of the big headline features. Additional campaign missions. Experience the awakening of the Aztec dynasty and the rise of the Heritor descendants with 10-plus hours of new content across 2 campaigns. Let me just say, by the way, I have been having a great time with the campaign, if that's not obvious already. New secret tech, Heritor. Use ancient Heritor technology to drain the essence of enemies, fueling the opportunity to use powerful abilities, create strong entropy weapons, and summon new units. So, new character class to use it in terms of Age of Wonders 3. Tomb World scenario. Challenge yourself to complete this deadly new scenario where Heritor enemies create an onslaught of destruction. This scenario also includes a new multiplayer quest line to allow for more players to join into the action. The Forgotten NPC faction. Broken, insane, or otherwise unfit for the Heritor's utopian society, the Forgotten were never meant to be resurrected. Threats to your empire. Reapers are robotic assassins created long ago to destroy those who were friendly to the Heritor cause, but now hunt all who walk the planet. Equally deadly are the Megasow and Piglets, bioengineered wildlife gone rabid after the fall of the Star Union, which will devour anything on sight. On the Steam page, there is a photo of the piglets. These things are crazy. I absolutely love the animal enemies these guys come up with. Locations, pickups, and mechanics. Visit the an Essence Gash or Aztec Well location to supply new combat effects or abilities for your units. The Holopad pickup provides diplomatic rewards and additional influence over allies and enemies. Take over Imperial defenses like the new Soul Beacon, Cluster Mine Launcher, or Firestorm Missile Silo to aid in combat. And if you're not picking up the DLC, thank you very much for the follow, Sathor 9634NG. You are my favorite out of the 9,634 NGs. Yes, dungeons are back and free content. So even if you don't pick up the DLC, again, standard Paradox model, there are free updates that come through on the whenever a game like this gets updated. So all players will gain the ability to take over new Imperial defenses, unlocking operations that boost the combat effect of your colonies. In addition, the orbital relays mechanic boosts your Empire's infrastructure to allow for nearly instant unit transportation between sectors. This will be huge for me, but beware of sabotage interference by enemies. So yeah, this is it's looking pretty good. Obviously, as soon as I saw the as soon as I saw the swine, I was sold. Is this cross-form compatible? I may not. I don't think I follow exactly what you mean by that, Sathor. Could you offer me a definition or a rephrasing? I believe there is a console version, yes. It does have controller support. Let me just take a quick look and see. Planetfall. I believe there are plans for a Mac version, but I don't think it's... I mean, if it's anything like Age of Wonders 3, they had like a DLC release. It is available on Windows, PlayStation, and Xbox One. You have an Xbox you'd love to play with a PC. Excellent question. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, so this is from the managing game director at Triumph, Leonard GS. The games are pretty much the same across PC, Xbox, PlayStation. The console versions are not ports, but games that are developed on the same multi-platform engine. Biggest differences are in surrounding tools. Modding tools are PC only, and controller UI. The Pro/Xbox One X have better performance resolution than the base systems. No crossplay is supported. We have no keyboard mouse support on consoles. So it seems that you are limited to playing with console players, Sathor. Apologies. Well, see, I'm hopeful for stuff like that because you'll notice that Paradox has been putting a lot of effort into these different launchers and whatnot. So I suspect their long-term plan is to have more support for things like crossplay, but I also know that that is not an easy task. The fact that these strategy games are winding up on consoles at all is a bit of a feat. But yeah, in this case here, it looks from Triumph, there's no cross support. Okay.
Ready.
They have founded their first building. We're already on the path, so I'm okay with that. We are honorable despite the fact that we're ignoring claims. We're ready to go. I am going to need to go. I mean, I'm now an hour and a half past the time, and we're getting close to midnight, but I would really like to... The problem is platform owners aren't very cross-platform. Yeah, I mean, I suspect Xbox is probably a little bit warmer to cross-play, and I know Epic... Okay, so I realize every time I mention Epic, there's going to cause, you know... It's going to cause some degree of fights, but like Epic has been putting a lot of effort into tools that support crossplay. And I mean, obviously a lot of that's been developed for Fortnite because Fortnite's available on everything. It's why Epic can afford to do this sort of stuff. So, I mean, in terms of major players, like Epic's pushing cross-platform support. Microsoft is doing this. Obviously, all of its moves with the Game Pass recently have been kind of moving towards a world where it doesn't really matter what you play it on. And to a certain extent, I think PlayStation is kind of realizing that they've maybe been a bit too aggressive in their position. It seems like they are relenting a little bit. So Nintendo, I'm pretty sure Nintendo is always going to be pretty tight-fisted with its IPs, but that's always been a given. I'm not entirely sure I think people have kind of accepted that crossplay on Nintendo is the least likely scenario. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think established publishers like Paradox have the best chance of breaking some of the embargoes between the different platforms. But we'll see. I mean, your guess is as good as mine on a lot of this stuff, so. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that the network effects, there's a certain point where when you are locking people into your platform, you also need to be delivering on the promise to say that your players are going to be having the best experience. Because there's a certain point where people are like, well, I have a PlayStation, I have a PC, and clearly I have more opportunity. Like, there's modded support, and all my friends have got a PC version of this game, so I'm going to buy it on PC. And then that becomes the point where the developer says, well, is this thing worth supporting for PlayStation if the majority of our player base is going to want to experience it with people who, basically if the network effects are such that people are able to find their friends on the alternative platform. But I mean, PlayStation's not stupid, or Sony's not stupid. They know that. At the moment, they've been able to fulfill sort of the contract of saying that you have been taken care of in terms of, releasing on this platform. But again, that can change. I mean, you can buy all the studios in the world, but the fact of the matter is that this thing this whole system runs on having the best games, having the best experience. And if you are making a big ask of the player in terms of saying that you can only play with people who own, the same console, it's going to take one or two kind of killer apps for the alternative platform, and maybe one or two blunders on your own to make people reconsider whether or not it's worth it. So, but I mean, I'm the only reason I have an Xbox is because somebody gave me one. Like and that was completely unexpected. Like that was quite literally a very strange set of conversations where, I said is like, yeah, I'd probably do a hockey game if I had a console, but I don't have a console. And then somebody's like, wait, you don't have a console? It's like, no, I just stream on PC. And somebody says, oh, talk to so-and-so. And so-and-so is like, yeah, talk to so-and-so. Yeah, talk to so-and-so. And it was like, just the weirdest little chain. And somebody was like, yes, I happen to have an Xbox, which I'm completely fine giving away at no cost. I like your stuff. And I'm like, I have 9 people watching my stream. This is not normally how this works. But again, I was very grateful. The person asked not to say who it was, and so I feel really bad. I can't give credit where credit is due. But that's the only reason why I'm able to do City Skylines on stream. I do have an Xbox, yes. No, man, I bought NHL. It's the first NHL game I've been able to play since they took it off of PC. I love NHL. Anyways, warm vibrations, dark and deep, home. Thank you. Paused, ignore. All right, I pretty much think I'm gonna have to call it here, but let's well, actually no, hang on. Let's see if I can make it to the archives. But I really mean it that I'm gonna be
Our
finishing
poison
soon.
is the cannon shell that we push from our minds through our mutated thorax and down the specialized segmented abdomen to burst with destructive force upon the mobs of hateful enemies. Tick G-Glux, Swarm Herald.
Okay. I mean, 7 for the Ravenous cast. I definitely feel like I should take advantage of that. This is pretty expensive, but I mean, a level 3 Kirko? Yeah. I'll make the budget work somehow. Okay. More scouting. This is just for the possibility of getting another colony down. All right, these guys, we'll get them back to base. Oh wow, there's a lot of units. Okay, let's get you with my other group of flyers. This right is the hero. Okay, so you guys need to go straight into the main unit. I have no idea what I'm doing with this guy. I mean, maybe I can get him to join the floaters? Be kind of interesting. I didn't even see what this guy's stats are. Oh, wow. He's like a cyberpunk Kirko. Yeah, no worries, Sathor. There might be a surprise coming up in the stream in a little while. Like, not tonight, but you're following, so you'll know it when it happens. But there might be some Age of Wonders Planetfall stuff happening reasonably soon. Okay, let's see if we can make it. I don't think we're going to be able to make it to the... Oh yeah, no, this is going to take us for a while, and I'm going to have to deal with the riot. So let's wrap up what we can. We'll debrief, and I definitely have someone I want to show you, if I can. Does DLC come out at the same time for console? No, the game came out 2 months ago. That's a really good question. Sorry about the Skittles, by the way. I'm kind of peckish.
Production ready. Happiness event in colony.
I'll have to take a look at when the DLC comes out. Unhappiness in your colony has led to unrest among the population. 20% of the colonists in this colony have become rioters. Rioters cannot be moved from their slot and no longer produce resources. Increase your colony happiness to turn rioters back to normal colonists, or activate martial law, which will disable the happiness system at a loss of income and convert rioters into normal colonists. I'm gonna try and make do for now. That is a hit to the income, but... Oh, Jesus Christ, another event in 2? Yeah, we'll work with this for now, but I have a feeling I'm going to need to...
Happiness event in colony.
Be more like the other colony, damn you. Alright. I should not have prevented deficit. I should have taken... Ah. Right. So, I want to support this colony a little bit more. Oh, really? Nerve staple them? I love Alpha Centauri. Alright, well, we can annex something. I just think we're going to have to save that for next stream. I guess it gives this guy something to do, though. Yeah, why not? The municipal chill pods? Alright, that's it for me. Kind of a less, I don't know, a less dramatic ending to the stream this time, but we're in a pretty good spot. I mean, if it's not that difficult, if the Forbidden Archives is not that difficult of an event, we're basically done. If it does turn out to be difficult, I mean, we've got... This is the nice thing, right? Like, you can see all of that infrastructure that we put in. We're now able to sort of just... you know, unleash hell in terms of new units. So certainly we're going to be able to run it out. On practical terms, probably instituting martial law in the capital, and then I think the growth strategy here worked too well. Demolishing the biofarm, and then reorienting our efforts. I might even just try and go for tech so that we can build some buildings that'll increase the happiness. But all of that will be dealt with on another evening. So before I go any further, just the sales pitch as usual. For those of you who don't own Age of Wonders Planetfall already, if you want, you can use that humble link to pick up a copy. I suspect it might go on sale when the DLC comes out. I don't know, so if you don't mind waiting a week for the game, you can try your luck. If you buy it through that link, there will be a percentage that goes towards me, and of course, Paradox did give me a copy of this game for evaluation purposes, so obviously there are few interests going on in there. Clearly, I would not be continuing to stream this game if I didn't enjoy it. I knew I was predisposed to like it because I like Age of Wonders, so I was delighted by how much I enjoyed this game. If you do already enjoy Age of Wonders Planetfall, obviously the new DLC is coming out. I have no idea if there are any pre-order bonuses or not for it, so, but presumably if you're a super fan, you've probably already got the season pass. As far as me, all of the times where I am not going to be streaming, those are in the past now, so all the holidays have kind of been dealt with until Christmas, I suspect. This means I'm back regular Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. I'm going to be doing quite a bit more Planetfall. The Twitch rules in terms of premieres have changed. So premieres are gone, but I believe reruns are still there. So Elder Scrolls Morrowind, those VODs will still be happening here. I believe you'll still be able to interact with chat, but they will be at 720 lines of resolution now rather than the normal 1080. The best looking version will always be on YouTube, but I'm going to try to keep those going on Tuesdays. And as you've noticed, I'm doing a little bit of a weird lineup. So I'll say for now, Age of Wonders Planetfall is going to be my main Monday Paradox game, but clearly I'm going to try and do it on other days as well. Other games that we're doing, Stellaris with the Lithoids pack. I want to get back to Darkest Dungeon. I've taken a little bit of a break from it, but I think I've cleared out some of the other details. Two other games that I want to be covering because I've been given keys for them, and I want to do the best that I can in terms of working on the material. Abandoned Ship and 6 Ages, but I will announce those on Twitter when I'm ready to get back to them. Last but not least, as you saw in the notice there, if you buy something using my affiliate, Epic Support a Creator affiliate tag, so that's you go to buy the thing off of Epic and you type in the name System Chalk. If you buy something, I believe it's above $15, you will get a $10 coupon for your next purchase. This only happens if you use a Support a Creator tag. So if there's something on the Epic Store you want to pick up, Surviving the Aftermath is available in early access. I've been playing that. I'm probably going to wind up picking up After Party. But there's actually a few things that you can pick up and make that worthwhile. I will mention that they've sweetened the pot for Red Dead Redemption 2. That's obviously one of the premium offerings. But even if you wind up picking something like Hades, Surviving the Aftermath, After Party, these are all relatively inexpensive games. And again, if it was something you were going to pick up already, it's a way that you can support the stream here and, in this case, sort of reward yourself with a $10 discount. If not, obviously, that's not a big deal. I know I've been trying to push the links a little bit more, but that's partly because I also hear a lot from people that they keep forgetting about that link. But if you don't want any games, I am going to do a reminder. If you are just doing stuff to, like if you're spending money and it's because I told you to do so, I will remind you that the Eyes of Sin is trying to move. I've been trying to raise $60 for her to help with her moving expenses. If you can send anything along through that PayPal link, you can. Obviously, that is a private PayPal link. There is no way of, holding us to account to make sure that it's going through. I can tell you that she's moving. That link that I put inside a chat is there. So I don't expect any of you will buy games because I've told you to. I'm really just letting you know about things that you can do that drive your purchase towards things that wind up putting money towards me. But for those of you who do things because I say them, it would mean a lot to me, and I know it would mean a lot to Sin to help her out on the ride. I assure you that I will be contributing myself. But I thought I would take the opportunity that I have a captive audience to do that. So again, sorry to dump you all with advertising. I will make it up to you on Friday by streaming something really cool. And thank you all for watching. It's been a lot of fun. There's obviously a reason why I do this game later. But for now, I'm going to see if the guy I wanted to host is still on. So I always hate that the music goes away when I tab out. Yes, he is still here. All right, Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch. And he is currently playing Fallout New Vegas. So I definitely recommend checking him out. The raid messages were tired of System Talk, heard this place was better. It's first time he's playing Fallout New Vegas. And I don't know, he's a really fun guy. He's somebody I definitely like to support. So I hope you all have a good evening, and I hope you all have a good time at Johnny's place. See ya.